Sadness, how's it going? How are you? Doing good, doing pretty good. Just yeah, recovering. I've been talking a lot of smack on X. Oh my gosh. How do you feel about how do you feel about how the elections went? This is cute. So, what are we doing today? I kind of want to learn all about the People's Party. Tell me all about. Sorry, that probably sounds awful for you guys. Ooh, did you listen to this? Bernier, Maxime Bernier, he founded the People's Party of Canada. Maxime Bernier started the People's Party of Canada after narrowly losing the Conservative Party leadership race, positioning his new party on a platform that prioritizes limited government intervention. That's what we need right now. Canadian sovereignty and reduced immigration. um, or even just like um, regulated, like more, like it used to be. The People's Party of Canada opposes carbon taxes. I like that. Supports free speech protections. Yup. And is critical of globalist policies. Yup. While it gained some visibility in the recent federal elections, it has yet to secure any seats in Canada's House of Commons. So all of these things are topics that literally everyone is talking about, like today in politics. Um, are there any negatives? The People's Party of Canada faces criticism on several fronts. Some argue its immigration policies and opposition to multiculturalism foster exclusionary attitudes. Some argue immigration and opposition to multiculturalism, like Canada's always been multicultural, but so like I don't know if I don't like is that like a recent topic? Like, is he saying that because there's an influx, or was that always the stance that they don't want multiculturalism, even the way like the way it used to be before COVID? You know, when things were normal. Um, so that's something to question for sure. The PPC's resistance to climate action. That's another like. That's like the climate topic. I think both sides are right. With the climate topic, I think both sides are right. Yes, we contribute to, you know, you could call it global warming, you could call it the hole in the ozone layer, you can call it the whatever, whatever it is they use for that, the next generation, whatever new keyword they use or whatever. Um, that's all fine and dandy, but they are also like, fuck, like, sorry, I was gonna swear, but they are also messing with our skies. And they're also like blowing it out of proportion to tax us, in my opinion. Like taxing us. How is it? How are you gonna like fix a problem when you go to the very last consumer on the chain? When really the problems are, the factories, and like, for example, China, they have very like they contribute to 32% of the world's pollution, or carbon pollution, or whatever, which is a huge number. So like, why aren't we focusing on the on the bigger picture? Why, like, how is taxing me, and then also I have to use a paper straw, how is that really gonna target the issues? That's the problem with these. They tell us there's an issue, it's our fault, and then we have to fix it. And that's fine, but like, you guys also have to fix it. And you don't. You actually do the opposite. It gets worse every year. So that's why people don't believe you when you say climate change, climate change. That's why there's climate change deniers, because you lie. You lie, you tax us, you mooch, you leech off of hard-working people. Alright, TED Talk over. You were shocked? She was leading in the polls like crazy. Yeah, the polls are kind of fake. Then she lost all. The polls were fake, and I'll be honest with you, Sadness, I knew Trump was gonna win. Like, I really am kicking myself that I didn't bet money on it, and I'm not endorsing betting money at all. Like, I do not endorse gambling. It's an expression. Like, I knew he would win, because they're liars. They lied, and now everyone is crying because they're so shocked. And the reason they're so shocked is because they were lied to. And they're losing their minds. Have you seen people? They're losing their minds. And it's like, what you've been told is not really what's happening. They just wanted to win so bad. They wanted to win so bad that they told you all these lies. And then when the country told you, yeah, we call your BS, we don't believe you, we call your BS, when the country says that, suddenly it's like, I don't know. You can't believe everything you hear, and just because like people vote Trump, it doesn't mean they're Trumpers. It's because they saw through, like, the Democrats, they just wanted to win so bad. They pulled every string. They even lied in the polls. That's how like they really, they were busing people into rallies. They had to pay people to come to rallies. They had to bus people in to make it look like their rallies were full. And the thing is, this was all out in the open and available to the this was all public knowledge, and all you have to do is watch independent news outlets on YouTube. But those independent news outlets on YouTube get censored because they are a threat to mainstream media. And again, Trump's victory proves that the independent news outlet has that we're like we're the media now. They keep saying that on X. We are the media now. Like, mainstream news has lost the people's trust. Anyway, I'm gonna stop lecturing. I'm so sorry. But like, I'm so passionate about this topic. I don't know why. You know why? It's because of Trudeau's BS. That's why. You knew she was gonna lose, but you thought it would be closer. I'm also a little bit shocked by how how much of a landslide. Like, they used the term landslide. It was a landslide. And yeah. And I'm actually like, I'm low key like kind of impressed that the people saw through all the BS. Like, it's just, it was too much. It was too much fakeness. It used to work when we grew up in the 90s and there was no internet. I don't know, like, too many wrong moves, too much money spent, like, poor choices were made. They totally lost the people's trust. Too much lying. Spentos, how's it going? Spentos, I like your name. Wolfrain, how you doing? Had just started watching the VOD for my playthrough of Black and White. No way! While making some dinner. Oh gosh. Black and White 2. That was last year? No, it was like, like 2 years ago almost? Year and a half ago? You're welcome. Oh yeah, so we were learning about the People's Party. So sorry, you were saying, from a science perspective, it's climate change. Um, yeah, like, I don't doubt that the climate is changing, and the climate changes whether humans are on the planet or not. That's just also science, right? But like I said, we definitely contribute to a lot of, you know, the issues surrounding climate right now. But we as a people, like, telling the people that you have to stop using plastic bags and water bottles and, use paper this and that. It's like, you can say that all you want, and some people will do it, others will not. But at the end of the day, how much of a difference is that really going to make versus, getting renewable energy and all that kind of stuff, and like putting pressure on China to change their ways? Because again, I'm going to reiterate, China's responsible for 32. Let me ask again. How much carbon is China responsible for? And I'm gonna ask Google as well, because I like to cross-reference up in this biznatch. Okay, I didn't just say that. It's so cringe, as the Gen Zs would say. Oh, I'm getting two different responses. I want a percentage. Just give me a percentage, please. 33%. It went up. I swear it was 32 last time. Hold on. I'm gonna check my. I'm gonna search it. Hold on. Control F. China. China. Okay. I'm not being. I'm just trying to be funny, guys. I'm just imitating Trump. Okay. I'm just. We're being lax over here. I have. Anyway. Okay, so the last time I searched it, it said approximately 30%. Oh shit. So 30 to 33, and then Google says it's 27%. That's still too much. Like that's a huge chunk, and that needs to, so like our world leaders, they need to put pressure on China to change their ways. China does not have to be like it does not have to be in the past like this, or I don't know like why. Like it's and then we Canadians who account for 2% or whatever, we have to pay the carbon taxes, and we have to, change every little which way that we live and be cognizant of how much plastic we're using and what kind of plastic we're using and how many paper straws, and then also make sure that you're not offending anyone, and then also make sure that like you know what I mean? It's like enough is enough. It's time for common sense. It's time for what's actually going to make a difference is for the bigger carbon emitters. They got to change their ways. And we got to do our part too. That's fine. But like to just put it on us to not only make us change our lifestyles like in this way, but also to tax us on top of it. And then to propose a rain tax for Toronto. The people said no. The people are saying no more. No more. It Factor Scott, thank you for the hydrate. How you doing? Says it's from a year ago on the YouTube vid. Wait, which YouTube vid? Oh, the black and white playthrough. What's the question? They are growing. Who's growing? So they are the future in some ways. Who's growing? I don't think there's a question necessarily. I'm just like speaking. I guess I have a lot to get off my chest. And I'm trying to learn about the People's Party of Canada, but I always get sidetracked. But, so, what else do they have? So they're anti-COVID measures, which. So let me read it out, so that It says, additionally, the PPC's stance on issues like COVID-19 restrictions and vaccine mandates has been polarizing, aligning with anti-establishment views but alienating those in favor of pandemic measures. These positions have limited its broader appeal, with critics perceiving the party as too far removed from the mainstream. Well, guess what? People are moving away from the mainstream, so I think that the PPC, for the first time, might actually not have, like, I'm not gonna say that they could win it, but like, I think that they're at least gonna really make a name for themselves this time around. Hi, Alien, how are you? And like, they're still small, and you know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The thing, so there, it says here that they're more right-leaning. I personally am a centrist, moderate centrist, but I don't know. How you doing? To be fair, China industrializing a nation of that population size is neither easy or cheap. True. But yeah, about 1/8 of the world population producing 1/4 of the industrial CO2 is clearly not trying to balance speed of development versus damage caused by it. Yeah, and the thing, well, here's the thing, is like, here's the thing, to be fair, China industrializing a nation of that population size is neither easy or cheap, but that's true. However, if they put as much effort and money into you know, changing that, or trying to change that, or trying to do, you know, what's best for the people, and their population is kind of on a decline now because they only, you know, they're struggling to, the men are struggling to find wives, and that's just a fact. If they put as much money into that as they, if they, how does that term, how does that phrase go? If they put as much money, if they put as much money into making it a better place as they do pretending and perceiving and like to be something they're not, because they put a lot of money into hiding the truth, and China's fine, we're really advanced, and we're doing just fine, you know, when in reality the people are losing it, you know. It's like the reality is hidden. We don't get news from China, and they don't let people like spread news like we can here. And they still do, you know, like they find their ways around it, of course. But the regime, you know, it's, I don't know, like, I don't know. So what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, if they can put money into like facades and shortcuts and stuff, like just always shortcutting, always like pretending that they're advanced, when in reality, like, they still don't have, like, you know, proper plumbing. And again, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, I'm not trying to be derogatory. I like to learn about these things because, like I said, why the fuck am I getting taxed when here's the truth about what's going on in other places that, you know, are contributing way more? Like, why can't we as a nation help them out? If the climate is such a worry, if it is such a big deal that we're gonna all die if we don't start using paper straws yesterday. Why can't they put that same energy into having an intervention for places that emit so much carbon? And this is why people deny climate change. This is why, do you understand? Because there's no common sense to any of this. There's no common sense to taxing us when that's not like, that's, we're only part of the issue collectively. Individually, we make no difference, but collectively we do. And collectively, are we all gonna start using paper straws? No, because that's not what's happening. So, world leaders, if you're watching this, please have an intervention for China or places like, places where most of the carbon is coming from. Please. If it's that big of a freaking deal, if it's that much of the end of the world, why don't you guys do this? Hello? The common sense is not common. So that's my, I don't know, why do I go off? How did we get here? Because you said to be fair. And it's like, yeah, sure, but there's no reason that the world leaders can't just freaking be helping each other by now. Do you know what I mean? If it's such an issue, if the world is going to end, come on. You were asking about AI earlier too. What about AI? India is also a massive source of pollution due to lack of any real protections against polluting, including both human waste due to the lack of infrastructure and industrial waste from recycling electronics, mass chemical production for cheap pharmaceuticals. Yeah, so like I said, like anywhere where, the carbon issues are the worst, it just, they do everything backwards. Everything is done backwards. They pretend that they're making some kind of a difference by, putting up monuments and having Orange T-shirt Day and, all this kind of stuff. And yes, while that's fine, when are you gonna, when are you gonna start looking for the missing Indigenous women in Canada? When are you gonna start providing Indigenous communities with proper drinking water? I don't think Orange T-shirt Day in Toronto public schools is doing much to help the missing Indigenous women, women that go missing every day. Or so I've heard. Let me not just, say things out loud. Let's actually find the video that I heard that from. So, let me look for it.
Most Canadians.
Oh, okay, I think I found it. Hold on. Let me see if this is the one.
Most Canadians think that Justin Trudeau is making an effort.
Okay, so let me make it nice and loud for you guys to hear this. So I want you guys to watch this video, and I want you to tell me how Toronto public school kids wearing orange t-shirts one day out of the year is going to fix this problem, or any real problems that indigenous people are facing today.
Most Canadians think that Justin Trudeau is making an effort. I gather you don't feel what he's doing is worthwhile.
Well, have you seen how much teenagers are going missing?
How can he be blamed for that? I mean, you don't think that anything he's doing is helping the situation? Is he an improvement over Stephen Harper? I mean, what talk about his record? Is it?
Excuse me, did I just hear you correctly? How can he be blamed for that?
No.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Right
Don't
now,
speak to us that way.
Stop right now. You do not speak to us that way. We are human beings. And the way that you're speaking to us.
It's not acceptable.
You are not.
No, stop it. Stop it right now.
We don't want you here. Can you please leave?
Step out.
Step out.
Step out. Then I don't want to hear from you.
You have no right.
You don't speak to us like that.
Very simple question. Can I have an answer?
And this is the problem, the way you communicate.
I'm not
You're
insinuating
No.
anything. I'm looking for information.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm
not
going to
arguing
stop.
No, stop.
I'm on their
Stop.
side.
You need to stop.
I'm only
You need to stop. Stop. You want to shut us down. And you think you're privileged to disrespect us the moment we tell you, because of your colonial mindset and your colonial way of being, your white privilege, your white fragility. You can't take our truth. Look how many people came to bat for you, white lady.
So I ask, how is Orange T-shirt Day for Toronto public school students? And again, I'm not trying to say like oh my God, I hate orange T-shirts. This is one example of the many things that Canadians do for Indigenous people as reparations, and it's like they just want to pretend like they're actually doing something instead of actually doing something, and that's what the people are freaking tired of. So yeah, orange t-shirts are not going to stop these girls from going missing if the government isn't gonna at least maybe send the funds from do the funds, let's find out, where does that money go? Orange T-shirt Day. Orange T-shirt Day in Canada. First, I'm gonna see what it is. Not only that, in the morning at public school, I think before the national anthem they do land acknowledgement, which is like, I guess, I don't know, it's some kind of thing that you say and you are acknowledging the land that you're living on. It's not your land, right? Kind of the gist of it, which I don't mind that. That's perfectly fine. But again, that is not changing what's happening to their communities in this day and age. You know, if you wanna repair your relationship with the people that lived here before, we've already acknowledged what we've done and that it wasn't okay. We know that. Let's start now actually helping and coexisting with the Indigenous peoples of Canada. Like, it's just so infuriating. It's so infuriating. These people are fake. Justin Trudeau is fake as F. He should be helping. He should be. Ugh. In Canada, Orange T-shirt Day, observed on September 30th, honors the experiences of Indigenous children who were forced into residential schools. The day serves to raise awareness about the lasting impact of these institutions, where Indigenous children faced cultural suppression and often harsh treatment. It's also an opportunity for Canadians to learn about and reflect on this part of the nation's history. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Let's see where the funds go. Where where do Anyway, sorry guys, I'm not like reading. I'm just going off. Invested is the word I think you're looking for. Yes. It's been a while. Nice you don't quit. Awesome. Aw, alien. Yeah, I don't quit. I always come back. I always come back. I only quit for like, a couple months here and there. There's been people on the street for so long, humans can't fix problems, you don't know why. It's also because the statistics for climate change are cherry-picked and misrepresented to inflate the sense of fear it creates to manipulate people into giving politicians more money and power over their citizens more control. Yep. Trudeau. Castro. This is where the left falls apart. They virtue signal, get loud, but accomplish next to nothing. We need to prioritize organizing as humans collectively to take real action, but put in the work to create real change. Yes, I agree. The advancement of technology should be freeing us from doing mindless work just to get by and instead allocate that time and energy to helping each other, building communities together. Yes. Instead, leftists have used that the cause they say that they champion to raise taxes, then misuse those funds. Yeah, like they're just hypocrites. They tax you like, I need your carbon tax dollars. Thank you. And then they go take private jets to Jamaica. It's like, oh, go after yourself. So the funds from the sale of orange t-shirts on Orange Shirt Day generally support Indigenous-led organizations dedicated to addressing the impact of Canada's residential school system. Support Indigenous-led organizations dedicated to addressing the impact of Canada's resident organizations such as. Can you list all of them? I want all of them. And I'm gonna put it on an Excel spreadsheet. I'm not, but I might. Shell games, embezzlement. Alright, there's 5 of them. Orange Shirt Society sounds something very lefty. Indian Residential School Survivors Society. Legacy of Hope Foundation. Okay, that sounds a little bit more legit. National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. That's left-leaning for sure. Orange Shirt Day educational programs. Alright, let's see what the funds are used for. The society promotes awareness. Did you guys know that supporting awareness is actually free to do? You can just go online and support any and make people aware. So where are those funds going? Are those funds to going making people aware, or are those funds going into your pockets? They promote awareness and education. They don't provide education. They promote it. Again, promoting, you can promote anything for free. You just go online and you promote anything you want. You might get censored because free speech is under attack, but Let's see. So, about the residential school experience, it supports reconciliation efforts. So basically, they're pocketing the money, is what I get from this. And this is Orange Shirt Society. Orange Shirt Society, you're not making a difference, just so you know. And we're on to you. Indian residential. This is like, you know what? I'm gonna start making blue bracelets, and I'm gonna start selling these blue bracelets to all the left, like all the left ladies, whatever, liberal women losing their minds, because that's what this Orange Shirt Society is giving me. When everyone started losing their minds about the residential children that were killed, which they were not, because it was not proven, and they still say that it happened. So that's Orange Shirt Society. I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. And you know what? If you don't want to admit it, I'm gonna start making blue bracelets, because you guys want to say that capitalism is a bad thing. I'm gonna make blue bracelets and promote and say that I promote. I'm not even gonna provide education. I'm not gonna provide any education. You're gonna pay me, and I'm gonna give you these cheap bracelets. And I'm not even gonna provide you with anything. I'll promote stuff to you. You're gonna pay me for me to promote more crap to you. Like, you gotta wake up, people. Oh my gosh. Okay, next. Indian Residential School Survivors Society. This organization provides resources and support for residential school survivors, including counseling, community support, and educational initiatives. Okay, that sounds a lot more promising. Legacy of Hope Foundation. This charity works on education. Let's think about what that means. This charity works on education, research, and awareness campaigns. Okay, they work on education campaigns, research campaigns, awareness campaigns, to foster understanding and healing about the impacts of residential schools. So we're on 3 of 5, and not one has mentioned the missing women, that the teenagers, apparently they're not even women, they're teenagers that are going missing. So none of them have addressed the teenagers that are going missing, and none of them have addressed the anything about drinking water solutions. Number 4. National Center for Truth and Reconciliation. Based at the University of Manitoba, the NCTR maintains records of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and serves as a resource for survivors and educators. Based at the University of Manitoba, maintains records. Okay, so they keep records. So when are they going to come out and admit that we did not find proof of unalived residential school children? Like, what you saw could be anything, and more than likely they are rocks. Like, they did, I don't know, some kind of ground penetration, and they see round things. Oh, got a virtue signal. We did this evil thing, and now we're, not actually solving the real problems of Indigenous people today, but rather do all this charade that we've reconciled, because every day the children land acknowledgements. They say their land acknowledgements, and that's good enough for us, right? They have their orange t-shirts, and awareness is not good enough. Make a fucking difference. Teenage Indigenous girls are going missing. They communities don't have proper drinking water. And Trudeau must go for that reason. And yes, anyway. Um, so last one, guys, last one. Last one. Let's hear something about making a difference in indigenous people's lives, like currently, today, in today's day and age. Like, I'm sure they really appreciate the fact that we acknowledge their, that we came here and, we took it from them, and that, this the residential school programs were a thing. Yes, we acknowledge, and we are very sorry for those things that happened before we were born. We are, because we have to be, but like, that's, again, it's not solving any problems today. There's problems today that the indigenous actually care about. So it's time to actually make a difference here, okay? Am I the only one talking about this on the internet? No, I'm not, because obviously people are talking about it on X, but like, nobody cares. Nobody cares about shit. Okay. Orange Shirt Day educational programs. Funds are often allocated to school and community programs designed to educate young Canadians about residential schools and Indigenous history. Once again, that's all fine and dandy, but like, okay, that's just one orange shirt. Okay, orange shirt is about educating the kids about the other kids that were, put in these residential schools. So, fine. What's next? Okay, land acknowledgements. Land. Ac- ac- how do you spell that? Acknowledgements. I spelled it wrong. I had it right the first time around. Okay, sorry guys, I'm not like reading the chat. Follow the money, have to track the numbers to see where the profits really go. Not to get wildly conspirational, but it's ironic that the initials for Orange Shirt Day are OSS, per, the, pre, the precursor agency that would become the CIA. Makes you wonder, because the unelected string pullers love to play games on people. Well, apparently that's part of being a Satanist, is that you have to tell the people, and they do. They Hollyweird, like they play it in our face all the time. They play games on people. They like to pull the strings, like they I don't know. It's like they say it in our face, and we, but they don't say it. They say it, but they don't say it. You know what I mean? And now it's like, oh, okay. So I know that's like a weird take, because that's kind of getting into religious territory, but it's just something that I've noticed. And even in movies, the villain always tells the plot. Like somebody always, I don't know. It's just something that I've noticed with the whole Diddy stuff coming out, with like all, all the truths coming to light. It's like they really kind of like to tell on themselves sometimes, but like we don't always get it, because for the longest time we're in La La Land. And like yesterday I was showing you guys like Jaguar Wright explaining how Will Smith essayed his own son. And now, okay, that's alleged, that's coming out of, her mouth, but a lot of people trust what she has to say, and she's been right with a lot of things, and as we know, with the whole Diddy stuff coming out, it's not that far fetched. Like, because they again, like, it's very dark, but they involve they involve minors. You know, we're seeing it play out in front of us, and so so yesterday I was kind of trying to wake people up to that. It's a very dark awakening, but I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's true. It's all alleged still, but again, slowly and slowly, things are coming out, and I even had proof in the sense that, you know, there's plenty of footage of Will Smith forcefully kissing his own son on the mouth in front of everyone, live television, and it's like, and it's the person who was denying that he would essay his own son is, again, all alleged. The person who, sorry, where was I going with this? Okay, the person in the chat who was like denying that gosh, where was I going with this, guys? That's how majority of the people think. Like, no, it's, oh, he said, or they said, they wouldn't, if that was true, they wouldn't do it in public, you know, like, it wouldn't happen in public. But then it sure, that's the logical way of thinking. But then when you would come back around and say, because the unelected string pullers love to play games on people, and I feel like when you said that, it made me think of, yeah, like the way that that religious people say, and Jaguar Wright being one of them, saying that it's a satanic, it's like basically they're all part of a satanic cult, and part of that is playing in our face, you know, and basically tricking us, you know. It's like tricking us in the what's that phrase, reverse psychology kind of way. If you do it in front of them, they can't possibly believe that you're doing worse behind doors, kind of thing. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, that's the vibe here. Hydrate. I have it in my lap, and then I'm like, where is my water? My bit rate. Ah, why is my bit rate always so awful? So what were we reading here? Land acknowledgements. I think you guys get my point. I'm not gonna go into the land acknowledgements right now because I think you guys get what I'm trying to say. But I think it is a topic that I'd like to talk about at some point, just like we had talked about on the orange shirts. Alright, so I just want to finish reading about any negatives any perceived negatives about the People's Party of Canada. So after, oh yeah, so they're not really down for the whole like COVID restrictions, which I'm also not for. When it was happening, it's like, all right, well, this is the new reality for a little bit, like that's fine, but then afterward, it's when you realize that they forced you to take vaccines, and they you know, froze people's bank accounts, and they didn't let people protest, and they called, you know, they enacted the Emergencies Act. It's like, fuck your restrictions. Like, oh, what the hell? We're so restricted as it is. Like, we don't want to, you know, like, enough. We don't want to become a communist regime. That's not what the people want. And stop pretending like it's a great thing. Like it's gonna be a great thing, because it's not. For them it will be, not for us. Alright, so, next. That's pretty much their only negative. So the only negatives are they don't really hold on, let me read this again. Resistance to climate action. Resistant. Is it a resistance? Is that the right word? I feel like I want to ask the man himself. He has these many followers. I mean, I doubt he's gonna respond to me, but if anyone is gonna respond to me, like anyone that matters, and to say like anyone, kind of in this sphere of politics or whatever, if anyone is gonna respond to me, it's gonna be on X. It's not gonna be in the YouTube comments. It's not gonna be anywhere else. It's gonna be on X. So I talk a lot of smack on X. I post a lot. It's probably really annoying. But and I don't get any likes. I don't get any likes. I post. I don't get any likes, but I don't care. I'm gonna keep going because like things need to be brought to light. It's like Canada's next, guys, okay? I'm just kidding. I'm not kidding. It's like when I say Canada's next, that like it's not again, it's not like a MAGA thing. It's a common sense movement. Okay? It's a common sense movement. It's a centrist, moderate centrist, whatever. I don't like whatever you want to call it. It's like in my opinion, governments shouldn't governments shouldn't be left or right leaning. Governments should only be a healthy mix of both sides. Why? You know what I mean? Or whoever's in the middle. Or do you know what I mean? Like, why, why isn't it like that? Can we ask that question? Why isn't government a healthy mix of right values, left values, the ones that make sense, the ones of like common sense fucking values? Like, why are we still living like cave animals? I feel like we're still living like cave people. We don't have to live like this, people. We don't have to live like this anymore. Anyways, why am I'm just very passionate about this topic. So hope you got what you came for, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for becoming a political commentator all of a sudden. But no, I will play games again once I can like sleep at night, Like then then I can sleep at night, I can play games, it's fine. But right now it's like the fuck is happening? Like we can't. No sleep. Alright, so what's the next topic? The next topic is that I'm gonna read the chat. No, the next topic is that I was gonna message this guy. Hey. What? Should I? I'm like second guessing myself. This happens too all the time. I don't always just like reach out. But like, hold on, let me read this. One sec. The hell? Alright. So what did they say? Where's my chat? There are most definitely evil forces at work that enjoy flaunting what they do through hints they bake into things they are involved in creating. Yes, I agree. It's demonic, right? It's basically a combination of taunting and simultaneously creating plausible deniability. And also trying, and I feel like in maybe not, maybe I also feel like in a way it's kind of like they're trying to subconsciously groom people into thinking these things are okay, right? Because they're the celebrities and like they have the influence. Why and like they why would they want us to be the same way? Because so that they have more, so that there's like more of them, I guess. Like I don't know. Does that make sense? Um Why would they tell on themselves like that? Because they don't in a legal sense, but anyone who takes the time to pay attention starts to see this kind of stuff throughout many forms of entertainment and groups. Yep. It's like how a serial killer behaves, drawn to revisiting the scene of the crime out of a perverse sense of pride at the havoc they wreak. Yes, exactly. Oh my goodness. So, let me just do something here real quick. Okay, so am I gonna message him? Let's see what people are saying. Like, what do people say? Maxime Bernier on climate. Excuse me. Okay, so top. Let's go latest. Okay, so he does believe it's a hoax. This was when? July 28th of this year. Who won't denounce the climate change hoax. Okay, so okay. But maybe he knows something we don't. That's the thing. He's in politics, right? Why would he risk why would he risk gaining more votes or whatever, or even just traction by at least playing into it a little bit. Like I was hoping that he would at least play into the climate thing a little bit, because I mean, I don't know, like, I don't know, like, we don't know everything. They hide stuff from us. It's starting to feel like a hoax. People are starting to feel like it's all just a hoax to get our money to, whatever, and because Trudeau keeps going on private jets to Jamaica, like it's just like in our faces again, like whatever. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. The thing is, people are saying that Pierre Poilievre, or however you say his name, is just another globalist puppet, and I don't really want to like take my chances with that, you know what I mean? So we'll see what happens. But I think it's a really good opportunity for People's Party to make a name for themselves, to really make themselves known as a viable option for Canadians. We'll see. He might have to change some of his policies. I don't know, or like not change, but like don't just say like don't just like flat out go climate hoax. Say climate blame. Right? Climate blame, I think, is a better way of putting it because there is problems in the climate, but it's not like necessarily like the the people's fault. It's bigger than that. So yeah, let's let's call the climate change hoax climate blame. So we include those who care about the real climate changers. AKA, I don't want to say it because I don't want to seem racist, and it's not racist. It's based on statistics, facts. I have the numbers right here. 33% of the world's um, carbon climate change blame. So we include those who care about the real climate changers on this planet. That's that more nice and like I want to kind of like be specific. You know what I mean? Um, responsible for more world's carbon emissions. China needs an intervention. Alright. I said my piece. Um, now what? That's why they put so much of this stuff into fictional movies. Exactly. So they can point at someone who brings it up and say, "Oh, like in that one movie, yeah, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist, plausible deniability, psyops." Hollywood has been a propaganda machine since it was first created, and to this day, that hasn't changed. Yeah, pretty much. else did I want to do today? I just want to learn. I need to save this. Guys, I have a I have a video and it's going viral. I posted it last night. It's going viral, I think. I posted it last night and let's see how many views it got. It says 434 here, but let's see the actual number. 494 is the actual number. 400. I posted it 15 hours ago and it has 494 views already. It's for the both of you. Oh shit, I didn't realize this was like on max. It's for the both of you. So one time Kamala said when she was trying to appeal to the black. By the way, the title of this is Portuguese aunties react to Kamala Harris washing greens in the tub. So one time Kamala said when she was trying to appeal to the black population.
Yeah.
She once said that she had to make so many greens. You know, in the South they like their collards, right?
Ah, collard greens. Yeah.
So she said she had to make so many greens for the family that she had to wash them in the tub.
What does that mean?
Well, it means she said she had to wash them in the tub. Like, what do you think about that? About washing them in the tub? Is that normal?
Lavar as couves na tub. Depende what tub. Lunch
The bathtub. The bathtub.
Oh, the bathtub? No, I don't think that's normal.
Eu não percebo o que é que aconteceu.
You have a rest. Okay, Tia. Do you? I don't know. Like Kamala once said that she had to wash her couves in the bathtub.
Who said that?
Kamala.
Oh,
So what do you think about that?
okay. I think it's wrong because it's not. No, it's wrong.
That's absurd.
Do you think she's lying?
Com as políticas, ela não tem tempo para fazer cubos.
She's too busy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was funny, and 7 people like it, so that's good enough for me. Here are my socials in case. Hold on, I need to see if my socials are up to date. So I can't type socials. That's right. That's right. Is that right? Is that right?
Vá. Vá.
Oh, it's not an underscore. It's not an underscore. Like what? Like what? Custom socials. Socials. Edit. on. My internet is like so bad. Right. All right. My leg. Oh, that was Portuguese. Hollywood has been a. Oh yeah, I already read that part. Social. That's all one link. Oh man, why are you like this?
Tá vá.
Alright, so kinda wanna let's like watch some videos. I wanna see what this guy has to say about the Joe Rogan situation is really interesting.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Oh, this is such an interesting time. We get to sit back and watch as the left unravels. Sit back and witness all the hysteria, but of course also paying attention to the details. You know, if I could visually explain what I'm seeing here, looking at the Democrats following this devastating election loss, it's almost as if I'm watching people trying to navigate blindfolded. They can't exactly tell what's going on or where they
We did it, Joe.
need to go, but they are still kind of moving around, just kind of randomly and aimlessly. You know what it feels like is misdiagnosis season. Everyone on the left is pointing the finger, but they all seem to be getting it wrong. All the experts, of course, who get paid the big bucks to show up on the TV and act as if they're authorities on all the issues, can't seem to freaking get it right. And here's yet again another one of those examples, this time with the whole Kamala Harris campaign Joe Rogan failure. Let me show you guys, it's pretty interesting. We got some stuff to talk about, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so just when you think the Democrats are gonna get there, you know, they might have caught on, they of course fail, always pointing the finger in the wrong direction. Like I said, blindfolded wanderers. Eli Mistel, one of our favorite big brain MSNBC analysts, really swung and missed with this one. People saying that Kamala Harris should have done Rogan are missing the point. That would not have helped her. Liberals need to build their own Rogan. Somebody who can speak to the people he speaks to, without being a guy who wants to kiss to billionaires like Elon Musk. They don't freaking get it. Let me show you another example, actually, and then we'll get into all the details.
You know, our show on Breaking Points last night consistently had close to 100,000 people watching, you know, millions of viewers. No attention from Democrats, lots of attention from Republicans. I hope that this is the last Democratic nominee who says no to Joe Rogan. Like, even if you have to go to the studio.
I would go further than that, Ryan.
Yeah.
You need your own Joe Rogan is the bigger point. That's the bigger problem, not
well,
that. Do you go on Joe
Democrats had their own Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020.
Well,
they simply don't get it. We don't need Rogan. We need our own Rogan. It's such incredible narcissism, and it shows that they don't understand the problem. We need our own Joe Rogan. Yeah, what does that mean? You need another puppet? A podcast celebrity who does your bidding? You know, they just don't get it. Eli Mistel essentially implied the same thing as if Joe Rogan is some sort of right-wing brown-noser, but he's not, and that's the entire point. He's not our Joe Rogan or your Joe Rogan, he's just Joe Rogan. But these people can't seem to wrap their head around it. No, what they need is a very influential podcast host just like Joe Rogan who sits down with them and does nothing but promote all of their...
They have one and he's losing all his memberships. Okay, not all of them, but like people are unsubscribing, people are canceling memberships, and he's like, please resubscribe back to the channel. Actually, I think this guy covers
deluded conspiracy theories. It's unbelievable. They don't seem to understand the issue. The problem is obvious. Kamala Harris could never go on Joe Rogan's show, not because he's a right-wing shill that's going to bombard her with all kinds of antagonistic questions, but because Democrats don't run on honest narratives. They lie and fabricate, and they know that that won't fly with Rogan. I guess these days, being intellectually honest means you're right-wing, huh? No, they need to build their own Rogan, as if they don't already have three
it's
of
true, like, I'm not gonna lie.
They know that that won't fly with Rogan. I guess these days, being intellectually honest means...
Being intellectually honest.
You're right-wing, huh?
Yeah. For some reason, being intellectually honest makes you right-wing. And I think that is because it comes off as... It just... When you're being honest about something, doesn't always come off as nice, I guess, or maybe it's not what people want to hear, and then you get labeled as right-wing or whatever, and it's like...
No, they need to build their own Rogan, as if they don't already have three of those, or at least 3 attempts. Not to mention Bill Maher, Jon Stewart, Trevor Noah, I mean, the list goes...
Speaking of Jimmy Kimmel, so Jimmy Kimmel cried because the Democrats lost, right? So Jimmy Kimmel is so heartbroken that the Democrats lost.
Tell us what you think of the statue. I mean, do you think that she's attractive or not? Take another look at it. Tell us what you think of the statue.
You followed me on X?
That she's.
You look at it more after stream. Ooh,
I mean, do you think that she's attractive or not? Take another look at it. Tell us what you
Alright, I'm
think
gonna stop that.
of the statue.
Alright. We get it. You know, we all have the thing is, it's like, it's not even, obviously that was a skit or whatever, but like, we all have these things that we're not proud of from our past. That's just life. You know? But like, don't lie. Don't lie about people. Because then you diminish the bad things that actually happened. And yeah. So, you know, these people are like, these people, you know, like, they're people, like, we get it. And they say justice for Stormy or all these things, like something about Stormy, and while that is, you know, perfectly, yes, justice for this person, I agree, but the media has made Trump out to be so much more boogeyman than he is that nobody's looking at Stormy. It's all these other things, all these other lies, the dictator, the Hitler, the this, the that, that's overshadowing any real potential harm like that was done in the past. You know what I mean? So like, way to go. You know what I mean? Like, you like, why? This is what happens when the education system goes down the drain, and children don't learn the story of the boy who cried wolf and all these stories that teach you that you don't always say that something's happening when it's not happening, because then people don't believe you. And you know what happened here is that the people who disagree with the left, you can't disagree with the left, not online anyway, right? Like, you can't do that. And so they only ever hear each other. They don't hear any oppositions or opposite views, and I'm like, they do, I get it, but like, you can't have like, I feel like you can't have, like, again, those truthful, what did he say? I like what did he say?
To understand the issue. The problem is obvious. Kamala Harris could never go well. That's going to bombard her with all kinds of antagonist narratives. They lie and fabricate. And these days, being intellectually honest means you're
intellectually honest. I'm gonna, like, I have to remember that term. It's like, you're not allowed to be intellectually honest online anymore, because it hurts people's feelings. And so the left only hears what the left wants to hear, and a lot of that stuff is lies, but we're not allowed to say anything, and then they're surprised when they lose, because the rest of the people have been stifled and you know, and guess what? We're the majority, and just because we're not online doesn't mean we don't exist. I don't know. And again, the majority doesn't mean they're majority Republicans, because you can't really vote for independent in the States, right? So anyways, what are we were gonna, oh yeah, we were watching something. Me and
you're
my freaking
right wing,
families.
huh? No, they need to This conversation thing. You know, just showing up with a bunch of actors in the crowd, clapping like seals at everything you say, with the host calling you Mamala or something like that.
I've been thinking that we really all need a tremendous hug in the world right now.
Yeah.
But in our country, we need you to be Mamala of the country.
They want kiss the throne treatment and unquestioned loyalty from the audience. It's actually kind of sick if you think about it, because that's basically all we saw throughout the Kamala campaign. Her essentially showing up on these shows to get her behind kissed and a manicure and pedicure at the same time. Meanwhile, the other candidates were actually showing up and having the conversation. And now their thought process isn't, oh, well, you know, maybe we should be having that honest conversation and winning on the ideas. No, it's, we need to build our own shill, just like the right-wingers have. What kind of conspiratorial mind is that? That's like kooky tinfoil hat stuff. That's like crackhead on the corner type thinking. A little bit paranoid, don't you think? Somehow Joe Rogan's their enemy, and we need to get our own soldier just like Joe Rogan's a right-wing soldier. Meanwhile, Joe Rogan's political compass enters the room.
I really believe if Michelle Obama runs, she wins. She's good. She's great. She's the wife of the best president that we have had in our lifetime. I've never voted right wing in my life. I consider universal basic income a really good idea. I want free college education. Take it easy. I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. I think he's looking out for the interests of the working people, and I think he wants people to have a better life and do better. And I'm all for that.
These people are just out of their damn minds. And I've really noticed it's almost like self-destructive behavior. They just gang up and Karen bully so many of their own. The left is like cannibalizing itself. If you're an actor that steps out of line,
That's 100% what's going on.
blacklisted, career canceled.
The left is cannibalizing. That's what happened. That's such a good way of saying it.
Ooh, what's that? A mean tweet from 2012? Career over. You're done, buddy. You have any politician that mentions any type of criticism or plays a dissenting voice in the party, well, then you get the Tulsi Gabbard treatment. She's a Russian frickin' spy. And the entire party, like a bunch of mindless drone NPCs, just turn on her. This is what they did with Tulsi Gabbard. It's what they did with...
When I started talking smack and politics on X, someone came at me and was like, RFK and Tulsi Gabbard, psh, like, tells me all I need to know and stuff like that. And I, as someone who's like kind of new to this, who was already independent, like on, you know, and like already awake to what the hell's going on, I could see that there's absolutely nothing wrong with Tulsi Gabbard, and she's super based. Same with RFK, like, so, like, it's so, what are you talking about? Like, they just believe, they don't, like, try and just hear it from the horse's mouth, they just believe what they hear.
With Joe Rogan, it's what they did with Elon Musk, and some people have tried to mention it.
From this kind of rhetoric that makes politicians something less than what they are, which is human beings.
I appreciate you saying that, Scott. I think where the Democrats started to lose Elon was actually personal. We should have celebrated his contributions to electric vehicles, even though he was against unionization and stood up to unions. We should have said, look, Starlink, great product. That needs to be used. We should celebrate the fact that he's had the first commercial success of private people in space. And I think a lot of it was that we didn't celebrate it, and he felt offended.
It does get a lot of attention. I'm genuinely curious. I mean, was there something, do you think, that Democrats did? What was the thing?
Yes.
What was the thing that they
I got
did to
a call
alienate
from him
Elon
about it
Musk?
when he wasn't invited to that EV summit. He should have been invited. I called the White House. I never call the White House.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why didn't you invite him? He's very angry. And in fact, I had an interview with Pete Buttigieg at the time, who also was a little bit glib about it. And I was like, he's critically important in this sector. I think the union thing was the big deal of why they didn't invite him, and they should have. He deserved that credit for what.
My only point is this.
This guy really annoys me for some reason.
No, it's sad that we've lost Elon Musk. And I want to point out, 4 years ago, Elon Musk was an Andrew Yang Democrat. Yeah. Don't forget that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I mean, he's done great stuff when it comes
Guess
to...
what, guys? A lot of people were Democrats. A lot of people were. But that's because they were still, you know, the wool has been over the public's eye since Let me Google it. Treshawn, how's it going? I hope I said your name right. How are you? So basically, the wool has been pulled over people's eyes since 1960s, and the wool is finally being removed because that's in the 1960s. That's when that was like the civil rights movement, right? So and the Lyndon B. Johnson, the I guess I don't know if he was the president at the time. Was okay. So he was the president, and the civil rights movement was happening, and so that's when he's like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah, you want rights?" He didn't say it to them to their faces, but this is what happened. He's like, "Oh yeah, you want rights?" And basically invented like the welfare system in order to keep Black Americans dependent on the Democrats, and but never to actually like succeed in any way, which is why we still struggle with this topic, with this issue today. And the wool has been over the people's eyes since then, and it's finally coming to light, and people are waking up. And that's why a lot of people were Democrats. A lot of people were, and then they realized, oh, they've been tricking everyone this whole time.
Climate when it comes to space, et cetera. And
so was Trump a Democrat?
Exactly. Well,
he was.
Yeah, he was. So
he was.
But I just wonder if we look back on this period. There's no excuse for the stuff that Elon Musk is doing, the stuff he says, he's irresponsible. But if progressives have a politics that says all white people are racist, all men are toxic, and all billionaires are evil, it's kind of hard to keep them on your side. And so we might irresponsible back on this. Yeah, he was. So, but I just wonder if we look back on this period. There's no excuse for the stuff that Elon Musk is doing, the stuff he says, he's irresponsible. But if progressives have a politics that says all white people are racist, all men are toxic, and all billionaires are evil, it's kind of hard to keep them on your side. And so we might want to think about, if you're chasing people out of the party, you can't be mad when they leave. And maybe if we had a different politics, we actually said dignity for everybody, everybody's respected, and
He's
we
actually
need you,
finally making some sense.
more people might stay.
But of course it falls on deaf ears. The left-wing mob with their pitchfork and torches don't want to hear any of it. They're all tuned in to MSNBC, just chomping at the bit, sitting on the edge of their seat, ready to know who's the next target. Who are we demonizing next? Who are we Karen bullying next? And now look at the consequences. Yet so many of them, especially the MSNBC types, they just can't see it. Their solution is not to stop bullying people out of their own party. It's to now find some sort of shill that matches Joe Rogan in terms of honesty and credibility and connection with his audience, and somehow drives millions of voters to them. Yeah, those two things seem a little bit paradoxical, no? You guys want a left-wing shill, but a left-wing shill will never get the kind of audience and numbers and cult-like following that Joe Rogan does. 49 freaking million views on that Trump interview right before the election. I mean, that's like the entire mainstream media's influence all combined into one and then some. Maybe it's time to get your head out of the sand and just show up on Rogan next time. You know, have the conversation, answer the tough questions. What a mad, mad world. Anyways.
If Kamala can't show up on Rogan, where else is she gonna not show up? You know, when it's time to meet with world leaders, when it's time to negotiate war, whatever, when it's time to all that crap, you know, like, you can go on Call Her Daddy, except you didn't even go on Call Her Daddy. You made Call Her Daddy go to you and spent how much? 100K on the set? 100,000 on the set? Who was telling me about that? Might have been Professor Nez today on his live stream.
Warn when it counts. Arc'teryx.
I'm not gonna be able to find it, but basically, apparently, the Call Her Daddy podcast, Kamala didn't go to Call Her Daddy went to Kamala. And they had to build a set for it, and for some reason it cost $100,000. Supposedly. Don't quote me on that. This is something I heard. I could be getting my numbers wrong. That's happened, so, you know. Everything I say is allegedly, guys. Okay, so.
The next person who has the sheer nerve, the sheer entitled caucasity to say all lives matter, I'm gonna stab you. I'm gonna stab you.
This is old. This is not from the elections. This is like before. This is just the trend that's kind of been rising since, you know, apparently it's normal to hate white men now, when the whole point of no racism was for, like, it not to, the whole point of racism was for it not to, like, be backwards, but just for equality to be a thing and for people to just treat each other normally.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you're welcome back to Modi Speaks. So in case you're wondering, you're not allowed to spew hate against black people.
Girl.
You are not allowed to be racist.
Is she like
toward Asian people. You cannot be allowed to spread hate towards Native Americans. You're not allowed to be racist towards Arabs or fired her immediately.
And people were demanding that I be fired.
Oh shit, she got fired. Hold on. This is
struggling and bleeding out. I'm gonna show you my idea that you guys were being called Cracker Taffy, 8 Mile, Albino Betty, Crocker, Cracker Jack, Dog Fucker, Egg, Pasty, Ghost, Tick, Hillbilly, Keebler, Mayflower, Mayonnaise. Like shit! Like it's been used to oppress and silence you. Like damn, I wish it worked. Shut the fuck up.
The job that I had worked really hard to get.
Why does this look like a fake crying?
And meant a lot to me. Just called me and fired me because of everything. I don't know if everyone's seen, but it's been circulating a lot. My Black Lives Matter TikToks were picked up by conservatives and spread and shared, and people were demanding that I be fired, which I just got. My job that I worked really hard for.
See, as you can see,
the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Trump supporters just took my job away from me.
You took your own job away from you, girl.
Now
Sorry to
it's
say.
my future's entirely gone.
Sorry, hold on. LOL, yeah, Pac-Man was crying about losing subscribers after the election. Warren roasted him on it. Yes, I was watching that. That's who I was watching. Warren. It was funny.
Next person.
It was like the first time I saw Warren, like, break a smile, I think. Well, no, that's not true. But, like not a... It wasn't like a condescending smile. Like, you know, when he's, like... He knows he has, like, the logic, and when somebody says something ridiculous, like, he has that, like, condescending, but, like, just a little bit. It's not a lot. He's actually really respectful. But when the guy's like, you know, guys, I understand you gotta take a month off, but, you know, okay, so, but please reconsider subscribing to the channel, and then that's, like, when he laughed, and it was so funny, because, like, it's pretty funny. I think we're gonna watch it, but I just want to see what happens to this girl.
My job away from me. But now it's just like my future's entirely compromised because
I think that you know what they need to teach in schools is that the internet can ruin your life. I don't understand why they're not teaching this in schools. That you should be careful what you post online. Because this girl, how old is she? She grew up with the internet, right? So why they gotta teach stuff like this in schools? Like, be respectful, you know. Well, first of all, being respectful is something you learn regardless. But, like, to be online, like, you don't want to... They gotta teach. Online is forever and all that kind of crap.
Orders have decided to come for my life. God, this sucks. You guys suck.
What?
You guys
Trump
suck.
supporters took your job away from you? This is delusion on steroids. Blaming Trump supporters for the consequences of your own actions. How in the world did Trump supporters have anything to do with you threatening to stab anyone, specifically Caucasian?
You could say, okay, well, they went to her job and told on her, but that's what the left does all the time. And it's like, I don't agree, like, that you should fight fire with fire. But a lot of people just do that anyway. Like, as we've seen, that's why there's wars, because people think people just naturally fight fire with fire. Like, that's just what happens. It's not what should happen, but it is what happens. And, like,
people who say that all lives matter. Did Trump supporters put those words in your mouth? Was it Trump supporters who put that hate for white people in your heart?
It goes both ways. All of this goes both ways. Just stop calling people what they're not. Stop being rude to, you know, if you're on the right, stop being rude to the left. If you're on the left, stop being rude to the right. And all this will just end. And us in the middle will finally have some freaking peace of mind. Holy cow.
Was this not you in this clip? But instead of her taking responsibility for her actions, acknowledging that it was wrong of her to threaten people, she would rather play the victim and blame Trump supporters for her predicament.
Awesome.
Sorry to burst your bubble, madam, but you brought this on yourself. And I must say that you deserve the punishment you received. I know you were trying to act all woke and pander to some black people. Well, congratulations, you succeeded. Because even though you were fired from your job for your bigotry, at least other woke black radicals accepted you into their cult.
Hi guys, give me your attention for 1 second. What happened to Clara Janover is disgusting. I cannot believe her job fired her over speaking out against Black Lives Matter while simultaneously saying they stand against systematic racism and minorities being discriminated against. That's awful. I cannot believe the Trump supporters used this narrative that she was being serious about.
Yeah, a bunch of brainwashed, irresponsible, and delusional individuals were claiming she was fired for fighting for Black Lives Matter. Listen to that clip again.
The next person who has the sheer nerve, the sheer entitled caucasity to say all lives matter.
All right. So let me just put this in the chat. I want to put this creator's YouTube in the chat because she seems intelligent. and I subscribed, so I think you guys should do. Next, what I wanna do next?
LinkedIn is the place to be to be. Drive real results for your business with quality leads that convert.
Enter the enchanted palace to meet Fairy Corn Princess Surprise. What will you discover?
So in the day following the election, David Pakman posted this video.
The subscribers always just go up. They just never go down. They go up.
I feel like this is a skit, like an SNL skit. Like this can't be real.
Let's apply
the way this guy is like.
We've been on YouTube.
I don't understand. My subscribers are going down. Like I don't understand why this is kind of like comical to me.
YouTube for 15 years or something like that, and subscribers always just go up. They just never go down. They go up.
Spoken like someone who just cannot fathom the possibility that you may be wrong. So it always just goes up. It can't be that people are unhappy with what I'm doing, because they're always happy with what I do. I do everything I do is great.
I texted Luke Beasley and Farron Cousins and Sam Cedar, and every single one of our channels since last night is hemorrhaging subscribers.
Dude, you have over 2.5 million subscribers. You lost 5,000 subscribers. That's a data point. It's indicative of something.
He actually lost
livelihood
10,000.
Is not at risk, not yet. If you continue.
Who was I watching that pointed that out? Sorry, I'm just curious. I feel like I watched two different videos on the same thing, so I'm like, cause that's the thing, like you get, one YouTuber is gonna say something that a YouTuber is not, and the other, and vice versa, and it's like, and you just kind of like connect all the dots, and then everything starts to make like so much sense. But anyways, sorry. Where were we?
On this road, perhaps you'll. But it's been one
wait,
day.
maybe it was.
What is it that is going on? Here is a graphic. As you can see, subscribers just go up, 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 and they are down.
That's the graph? You made it sound like it was the bottom just fell out of the stock market. This is like a chip, a minor glitch. It's slightly just gone in the opposite direction. It sounds like you're just so used to steady growth, not really needing to think about it, that the moment that something changes, it's like, oh my goodness, there's got to be more to this.
It's not just YouTube subscribers. We are seeing record cancellations of paid memberships. Record cancellations.
You can't fathom that perhaps you're just peddling nonsense, or that you're wrong, just flat out, that people are just tired of you being wrong. They feel like you're gaslighting them, and they're just tired of it, in which case this would be the logical thing to do, would be to stop paying for that. It'd be one thing if you were just watching the shows for free on YouTube. I mean, I'm watching it because it's slightly entertaining, but to pay for this nonsense, it would be logical to stop doing that.
Purging people who are inactive subscribers, and once a year usually YouTube does this, and you see a little decline, and then numbers go back up. They're not doing it. They're not doing it, and if that were the case, we wouldn't be seeing paid membership cancellations on the website. So
sorry,
now
guys,
I
I'm not really
understand
looking
what
at
is
the chat,
going
I'm so
on.
So he's figured it out. Let's hear it. What is going on?
It's terrifying, but it is happening. A lot of people are checking out. I heard anecdotally from a couple dozen people who said, you know, David, I just can't do it anymore. I just can't do it. I'm checking out. I'm out.
Send me a couple messages.
I wouldn't be paying for that
since
either.
the JFK
You're looking at
assassination,
someone
there
doing the
was
logical
more going
response
on
and you are
even
terrified
before
by
then. Yeah,
The reason
like,
that
since
this
the
is
dawn of
terrifying,
time, honestly.
not only because it puts
Right?
everybody in left-wing media's
this one was
livelihoods
from the
at
first time
stake
Trump got
and
elected.
at
You remember
risk.
that one?
That's a bit of an
Sorry,
overstatement.
I'm not sure. I'm
Everyone
already
in left-wing
on to the
media's
next thing, so I'm not
livelihood
sure.
is at risk.
Good
Right
dude
wants
need an
us not
exact
to
scale?
exist. The right wants
How?
to decimate independent
Did you
progressive
hear
media.
about liberals?
This has nothing to do with the right wanting or not wanting you to exist. It's your
Unschooled kids. You hear
subscribers
about
that
liberals
unsubscribed. It's
unschooling
your
kids?
members who discontinued their membership.
I think so. Unschool, like, which is ironic because their schools are on their side, right? Like the education system is abysmal and is just all about the woke nonsense and like so I mean it's kind of ironic, like, okay, they'll probably have a better they'll probably better off homeschooled at this point, so like it's not, and I'm not just talking about indoctrination or anything like that. I'm just talking like they just use tablets all day, and what are they actually learning? They're not really learning like the things that we used to learn as kids. And now you have, 20-year-olds in college that just use ChatGPT for everything. So it's like everything's just, yeah, I think you should be I think, I don't know if something doesn't change, then kids probably should be homeschooled. And you know what? But hold on, when you say liberals unschooling kids, that doesn't necessarily mean they're unschooling their own children. When it comes to children, you do not F around with other people's children. And that's another reason why the Democrats lost. Way too much intervention behind parents' backs. Imagine being this arrogant that you think you can only go up. Some people do think this way because that's what they're used to, and then suddenly their reality comes crashing down. I think it happens to the best of us. They are telling kids about the god Corona and giving 6-year-olds knives to cut vegetables. I don't mind giving 6-year-olds knives to cut vegetables so long as they are supervised, right? Like if you're teaching a child how to cut vegetables and you're supervising the kid, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Some kids enjoy cooking. But the god Corona, what is that? What do you mean?
Memberships, this has nothing to do with the right.
And so when I lose 5,000 subscribers and Brian loses thousands and
is this real? This looks like a skit. He's like, and when I lose subscribers, and when we lose subscribers, and when... Like, is this real?
loses thousands and everybody's losing thousands of subscribers.
Then maybe that's indicating that you're doing something wrong. If you notice a pattern and it's happening to everyone,
like, is that guy for real? This could be like an SNL skit or something. Like, I don't know. It's just like
the audience,
it's
perhaps
just
you should reflect
somehow
on that.
very comical. Even
That's
the
an
way the guy
actual
looks
data
is
point to
comical.
learn
Like,
from.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be
You're
rude, but
doing something wrong.
I'm trying to be
request
comical.
to you
okay,
today is
so
please
chill.
resubscribe to the YouTube channel.
Chill. Oh yeah, that's what. That's the part. That's so funny.
You're doing something wrong.
My request to you today is please resubscribe to the YouTube channel. The entire progressive media ecosystem is under a threat I have never seen before. We've never seen anything.
The media has been under the threat, meaning social media, meaning the people can't just speak their mind anymore, and it's not just the people can't speak their mind anymore. Why isn't Candace Owens monetized on YouTube? You know, why are so many YouTubers who are not just not even just conservative, but just are talking about like the problems that are happening in government and with the economy and all that kind of stuff. They get stifled, they get censored, they get videos taken down, you know, all these people, like, all the people that helped Trump win, all these YouTubers, like, I think that they need to be, like, thanked or whatever, just as much as Joe Rogan, you know, whoever else, like all these bigger names, the smaller YouTube independent media outlets combined also did like a lot. Like it really did a lot because people were so sick and tired that they were looking for other options of to get their news source. They were looking for people they could trust. They were looking for, you know what I mean? And I feel like, I don't know, I just want to give like a huge shout out to all this like smaller, and again, not just like not the right, like necessarily right wing or conservative, but just like, you know, people wanting things to not be so radical, and like it's just like, I don't know. So they need a big thank you as well, I think. People are always mentioning, you know, the other larger forces at play, but there were a lot of smaller forces at play too, and together they also, I think without them there would have been, it would have been a much closer race without that community as well, I think. So that's my thoughts on that. Kronos used to eat his sons so he could always stay in power. So they're teaching kids about, I doubt all liberals are doing that. Just the really crazy ones who think it's the end of the world. Kronos used to eat, they are afraid because we cannot control the flow of information and the narrative anymore. Joe Rogan was a good example. He is totally unbiased. I wouldn't say he's like totally. No, you're right. Like he's, I don't know. I don't watch him enough to say one way or another. I think he has strong opinions. But you're right, that doesn't necessarily mean he's biased. Because I feel like he's the type of person who can like agree to disagree, stuff like that. He voted for Joe Biden last election. Yeah, he's been like a Democrat up until now, basically, because again, a lot of people are waking up to the BS that the wool they've been pulling over people's eyes. Even this guy, his worldview is crashing before his eyes because he thought that what he was shilling was the right thing. Either he thought it was the right thing, he believes in it, or he was in on it for the profit. And what I mean by that is, I feel like because you can't be conservative, and when I say that, it's like you can't be like freely conservative online because you're gonna get so much hate. But I feel like, so because you can't be freely conservative, I feel like there are a lot of like closeted conservatives, a lot of closeted Republicans, who pander to the liberal audience because, well, they're not allowed to say anything otherwise. They're not really allowed to say, you know, like if they say anything else, then they'll get canceled or whatever, so they have to pander, and I feel like there's a lot of those. So it's like, but this guy looks like he's genuinely kind of like, I don't know, like it's also comical at the same time, so I don't know if he's just trying to get his viewership back, or if he's genuinely like thinks that his message is the right message.
As though CNN is not pushing the very same thing. Legacy media, mainstream media, traditional media, it has been dissolving for years at this point, and this election is probably the last nail in the coffin. But describing your YouTube channel and Sam Cedar and these other people that you listed who I've never heard of as the entire progressive
Even at gaming devs can't
media
be
ecosystem because you lost 5,000 subscribers in the last day.
It's like, again, like so much for DEI, where the government is either left-leaning or right-leaning, where devs can't be conservatives, where nobody can be conservative apparently. So it's like so much for diversity, inclusion, and all that bullshit that these people spew, that they think they're so inclusive somehow. They're actually the most exclusive group, like in the Western world probably.
Consider, this is the moment where we have
and
to
I'm
support
sorry, I don't mean
independent
to
and
generalize
progressive media.
because I
if
really
it's not my show, that's fine.
don't like it when I'm generalized, when I don't like, so like I don't mean to say that everyone on the left, whatever it is I said, I didn't mean that for everyone. But I'm just, it's not a lie that a lot of people feel this way. So.
Yeah, right.
What do you say?
Consider
in the last day is
consider this is the moment where we have to support independent progressive media. If it's not my show, that's fine.
Yeah, right.
Consider getting a membership. Consider it. We have a code. The new coupon code is not again.
I thought it didn't matter if it was your show. Why do we need the coupon code?
Take a break until the inauguration. It's months, okay? Mental health break, do it. But when we start canceling the subscriptions,
take a break. Worry about your mental health. But don't unsubscribe. But come back and don't unsubscribe.
We are in an algorithmic desubscription.
This guy's not
right
for real.
now.
This guy is not for real right now.
It's only been a day. Wow, I didn't know 5,000 subscribers, leaving over a 2.5 million subscriber channel is an rhythmic desubscription spiral into chaos.
Because when people start unsubscribing on YouTube, YouTube thinks, oh, we probably shouldn't recommend this content because it's generating a lot of unsubscribes. So then the content doesn't get recommended. And then
and now you know how conservatives feel. Now you know how the conservatives who got so censored and videos taken down and yada 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 and attacked by YouTube and attacked by everyone, now you know how we felt. And again, I don't know why I'm including myself in that, and you know why I am including myself in that? Because if you're not left, you're right, apparently. There's no such thing as center.
Doesn't get out.
Oh, it's about the message. And then, guys, the message doesn't get out.
The message.
There has never been
Let's see what the message is.
The message.
There has never been a movement that succeeded when they exited activism after a loss.
He's turning this into as though this is some larger noble fight, when at the end of the day this is really just about you being able to make money.
No movement has succeeded when they take a loss and they go, I'm out. Never happened.
The response we see to a defeat is to blame other people for the mistakes that you're making. You're blaming other people for when you get it wrong. That's the response that we continue to see.
Consider getting a membership. If you want to
saying
understand what
How many
happened,
times?
I outline it in the book, The Echo Machine. Please
Oh, and he has a book too.
Order the book.
Oh, please get the book too, guys. Get the book.
Then
Make sure you get the
twist
book.
off into all this.
Take a break. Take a break, please. Take a break until inauguration, but by all means, get the book. And here's the coupon code to the membership.
Supreme Court and painting this picture as though it's about some larger political fight or movement of any consequence when it's really just about you getting paid.
We are very worried. I would love to sugarcoat it, but we have never seen numbers like this, ever. Numbers this bad.
That's indicating that you're doing something wrong. If you notice a pattern and it's happening to everyone
Cow,
that is peddling the same kind of content and the same
My
message,
leg's doing not too bad. It didn't bother me
and
for
everyone's
a while.
turning on that, and they're losing people, rather than shaking your finger at the
You
audience.
said it all. The DEI is
perhaps
far
you should
from
reflect
diversity
on
in
that.
several ways. Yep.
That's an actual data point to learn from. Perhaps you're doing something wrong.
The problem is they've been told this whole time that they've been doing it right, and that's the problem. If you are not left, you're not right too. You're extreme right. That's right. Exactly. If you're not left, you're not just right. You're extreme right. Oh, alt right. Everyone who voted for Trump's probably been called alt right within the last however long, and it's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, it wasn't a revenge thing. Trump winning is not a revenge thing. It was an awakening to the wool being pulled over people's eyes by the Democrats. Sorry to say, but that's just facts. And you can be mad at me all you want, but the facts are the facts. And also allegedly. Everything is also allegedly, just in case, because you can't say shit anymore. That's why, alright? Okay, so anyways, what's next?
The Block Friday deal. Woo. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday, get it?
I want to do a series where I make fun of YouTube ads.
So ever since Trump won the election by a freaking landslide, woke liberals have been online creating all of these weird little trends. Now, I've already shown you a couple of them. They're shaving their heads off. They're doing the absolute most.
Hey,
but
Raptor!
There are a few other trends that I
You need
want
to watch
to
your
bring
language,
to your
guys.
attention.
Let's not be too
Now,
hateful.
one thing you will notice about these people is it seems like, I mean, they're NPCs.
It's alright.
It seems like they are part
They
of,
are.
of
Oh,
an
that is such.
algorithm.
Oh, that is such a good point. I always am like, these people are NPCs or something. Like, especially the ones in government, because when their teleprompters give out, like, they don't have any programming. So it's like so weird.
Themselves. Like, the only way I can describe these people is that they are living and
Sorry,
breathing,
that was
walking
an interesting
and talking
reaction to that.
TikTok videos.
But it's just hilarious.
Like, there's not much to them. They don't really have any original thoughts in their brain. They're totally
Hold on, sorry. I just want to read. He won the popular vote too. I think people got mad. Yeah, probably. You were called a fascist just for handing out paper poppies to remember veterans. What the hell? That's so annoying. That's so annoying. They think, like, that's so annoying. Did not bother you, just amused you. Like, it bothers me. Because in Canada, you go to jail for being a fascist. You go to jail for a hate crime. You know what I mean? Like, it's like being called the R word when you didn't actually R word anybody. So, like, shut the fuck up. Like, stop crying wolf. It's like, it's the double standard. It's very annoying. People are so sick of it. And normally it wouldn't bother me, because before all this nonsense with left and left versus right, and like how it's become so polarized, before all this nonsense, like, you could say whatever the fuck you wanted to me, and yeah, sticks and stones, right? But when those words now come with consequences like jail time, that's when we start having an issue. So stop crying wolf, stop calling people all these horrible things. It's like, everyone the term playing the race card, right? Stop playing the cards. All these cards you guys keep playing. And I'm not talking about just that, like, anyway. Let's not go there. Stop crying wolf, and then we'll be fine. But can't you ruin your day? Well, that's good. It factors got redeemed, get complimented by Hunniebee. It factors Scott. I know that you're not snot. Did you like it? It's not only a compliment, it was a poem too. They can't. You would love to have a voice call with me on this. Oh, really? Should I start a podcast? It's too late though, cause like the elections are over. But I'm jumping onto like Canadian politics. I'm gonna be jumping onto Canadian politics. But the Trump stuff is still a lot of fun, I'll be honest. And don't take that the wrong way. Anyone who's watching right now who's like offended, don't take that the wrong way. Because every politician has skeletons. Trump's are made more public because everybody wanted to take him down. Your favorite politicians have nasty skeletons in their closets, trust me. And like, this is fun. We're having fun. Like,
Programmed by the machine. They still believe in everything that they hear on
thank you,
MSNBC
Spixius. I really appreciate it.
from these, woke, freaking weird journalists and news anchors.
You know Trudeau? You have
And
Canadian friends? Oh,
I
really?
can't
You know
quite
Trudeau?
put
You know
my
him?
finger on it, but it's just the way
I
they
never realized
operate.
how much you agree
They
with me.
operate
I
in
agree.
TikTok trends. And
Oh,
one of the
Raptor.
new trends that they've decided
You
to
don't.
do.
Well, because like Well, here's the thing. I didn't really care for politics, but not just that. Because now when you talk about politics, you're also talking about race, gender, all that stuff. Like LGBT, like all of the topics that somehow we were supposed to walk away from racism and all that kind of stuff. But somehow these are all the topics, some of the biggest topics in politics today, and these are topics that people are afraid to talk about because you get canceled for talking about these topics. Like even just mentioning said topics, like it makes you, a bad person somehow. I don't know. But it's like, so anyway, what I'm trying to say is you didn't know this about me, but it's like, well, because I couldn't talk about it, because you're not allowed to talk about it, so you don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. But now it's like, now that it's like in your face, it's in the politics, like I'm feeling a little more like I need to talk about it. And it's not about those topics specifically. Those are just, how do you say, byproducts? Those topics are byproducts of the deeper, kind of darker issues going on here. You tried to debate Mimi about politics and he does not like you anymore. What the hell? Politics is never about race. Have you tried talking to Limi since the election? Because the thing is, like, and here's what I hear online. Okay, what I hear online is that a lot of Latinos voted for Trump, and then what I'm hearing online is that the liberals kind of like are now saying that the Latinos are the misogynists and that they're the racists and they're the ones and or like again the liberals are pointing the fingers. And so like I'm just curious to know what our Latino friends who were more left leaning, I'm just curious to know like has like do I don't know, are they aware of that? Is that like what do they think about it? Like, has their opinion changed at all? Like, I don't know. I'm curious, but at the same time, like, I don't want to be insensitive about it. You know what I mean? Talk about it. What an election! Didn't think Trump would win because the woman and minority vote would be gladly against Trump. What an election! Didn't think Trump would win because the woman and minority vote would be badly against Trump. Yeah, but thankfully, sorry guys, thankfully with like a lot of women and minorities woke up to what was going on. That's why that's happened. And honestly, I'm not sure the Democrats are ever gonna win again, unless they completely change. I don't know. It's like, let's see. In like, I almost feel like an independent would win over Democrats now from this point forward, because like, again, this was a landslide, and it's not just the economy was bad. It's like, majority of the people who voted blue and who believed that Kamala was actually going to win or actually had a chance act like they live in a bubble, and it's not, and they live in a few bubbles around the USA, and those bubbles aren't very big. And it's just a matter of time until more people in those bubbles wake up, I think, in my opinion. And then that's when I think, maybe somebody independent can actually like make a name for themselves. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm just blowing smoke. Trump did better with minorities than ever before. Yeah, he did. He did really well. Blacks and Latinos overwhelmingly voted for Trump. Yep. Mimi drinks the liberal Kool-Aid. No, I haven't seen him. You're Brazilian and the liberals are mad. Oh, you're Brazilian. Falas Português. Kamala, I think I remember that you do, or maybe I'm wrong. Remind me. Kamala just ran a bad campaign. It's not she just ran a bad campaign. It's not that at all. It's not Kamala just ran a bad campaign. It's that the dark secrets of the Democrats came to light, and stuff like that, and the whole Diddy thing, like they arrest Diddy, but then they invite all of the Diddy Diddy party attendees to vouch for them. Like, okay, that was bad campaigning, but also just kind of proving to the rest of us that Hollywood was kind of just another extension of you guys, and that you have control over Hollywood, and Hollywood is not a good place, as we've been finding out. So what does that say about the Democratic Party? And we already know that the Democratic Party, at least Southern Democrats, founded the KKK and instilled Jim Crow laws because they didn't want the slaves to be freed. So knowing that about the Democrats' history, like, a lot of people are waking up to these things, okay? And I am struggling to find a time in history when the Democratic Party was actually good. And when I say good, I'm meaning good versus evil. Like, I'm struggling to find a point in history, maybe during Bernie Sanders' time, but they screwed him over. So it's not like the Democratic Party was ever good. They had one good person in there, I guess, but then they screwed him over. Why? Because the party is not good. So I want to know what section on the timeline of the history of the Democratic Party were they like actually a good party. To follow the Diddy thing and the Epstein. Oh yeah, that too. And the Epstein, and then the East Palestine. They didn't like help the people. The fires in Hawaii. They didn't help the people. And then, you know, it's just like one thing after another of it. It's almost like they really. It's like they wanted to sabotage themselves. And it's because it really, 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 really seems like that. But then you meet people who believe all the Kool-Aid, and then it's like, what's going on here? Like, I'm really confused because what I'm seeing is self-sabotage, like, on full display. But there's people out there who don't see that. So it's like, okay, so if there's a larger group of people that actually believe these guys, maybe they're not trying to self-sabotage, and if they're not trying to self-sabotage, they really suck. I'm sorry, but like, which one was it? You like, are you this bad because you're trying and you're just this bad, or are you self-sabotaging? Because it really looked like self-sabotage to me. Like they're just playing in our face, like this is a joke. But then there's the people who don't see it that way. And you're like, but I guess it's because they're in that bubble. Like they don't, like, maybe they don't have access to people like Political Cinema or Liberal Hive Mind or whoever. Like maybe they don't really care to look for independent news. I don't know, but it's just like, hello? What's going on here? And like, I'm not trying to alienate anyone who voted Democrat, anyone who, you know, aligns with that side. I don't want to alienate. I want to wake you up. I want to be your friend. And I want what's best for you. What's best for you is for you to start thinking for yourself. Okay? Trudeau must go. They want people to be dependent on government assistance. Yes, and they, when you're young, it's like, and the thought of like universal income, for example. It's such a like, wow. Wouldn't that be like the most amazing and like so kind and thoughtful thing of a government to do for their people? Like that's kind of the vibe that I feel like kids feel when they hear stuff like that. Steeler fan. Steeler fan, thank you so much for the follow. How are you? Democratic Party nowadays is closer to the Nazi Party than any Republican. That's the thing. And then they're the ones calling other people Nazis. It's like, no, here's the thing. I don't think anyone is like the Nazis. I think that word needs to stop being used and should only be used for like the actual, like, you know what I mean? Like actual Nazis. And then I know there's neo-Nazis or whatever, so like, you know, save that word for them as well. But like, to say that, and you know, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like it's good enough to say that the Democrats are responsible for Jim Crow laws and the KKK. I think that's good enough. To say that they're like the Nazis, I don't know. I feel like nobody is like I can't. I don't know. Like that the Nazis were so extreme from what we've been taught, right? Like they're very extreme. I mean, wait. Okay, hold on. If this is in relation to Israel and Palestine, I'm not super, like, that's a topic I don't really want to touch too much because, like, I can't say I can talk about it that much, but maybe you're saying that in reference to what's going on there. The Nazi Party was all about socialized government services and handouts. But then also, like, the other stuff is what... See, because that's true, but then people think specifically, like, what they were doing to Jews, right? I don't know, like, it's... Kamala not doing Joe Rogan was a huge disadvantage. That's true, but she would have still lost if she had gone on Rogan. Because she would have still lost because we all know how she does in interviews. So it's like, that's why she didn't do it, because she knows how they knew that she would not be able to cut it. They told Joe Rogan that he had to fly to her and they could only do 1 hour. And he's like, I don't have to do that. I don't need you. She needed him. Hi, Rookie Links. How are you? When you are young, said the old lady. Yep. Hey, Steeler fan. Great, we're getting our country back. Hell yeah! Canada's next. There's no actual Nazis in the world. Well, there's still some living Nazis, or at least people who were Nazis. For example, you guys remember the Nazi in Parliament, right?
The Marks pre-Black Friday
Canadian Parliament gives World War III Nazi standing ovation by accident because they're so stupid. They didn't like do their research on who this guy actually was, or they didn't connect the dots, and it was like one of the most embarrassing moments for Canada on the world stage. Like, oh my gosh, I want to hear it from someone like Mr. Sunshine Baby. Where? I'm sure you all, I mean, I don't know, maybe you guys didn't hear about it. But if you watch the news, if you care about world news, then you did hear about it. If you care about independent media and, you know, learning what's going on. When did this happen? Was it a year? Was it already over a year ago? No. Anyway, they accidentally gave a Nazi a standing ovation in Canadian Parliament. Like, fucking morons.
How do you get a message out there without sounding like a crazy nut job that there was an actual Nazi who was applauded with a standing ovation in the House of Commons in Canada, in our Parliament building, by our Prime Minister and all federally elected members of Parliament, including President Vladimir Zelensky, who's visiting from Ukraine, or
Yeah,
was
Zelensky
visiting
was
at
there
the time,
too when
of Nazi.
when they had the Nazi.
How do you get that message out there that Canadian
in Parliament.
politicians have just openly supported and given a standing ovation to a Nazi, someone who fought with the Nazis? How do you say that without sounding like a crazy nut job?
Rookie links
I
redeemed.
don't know.
Hydrate.
I don't know how to say it without sounding like a nut job, because I feel like a nut job. I feel like a crazy right-wing conspiracy theorist when I make videos like this. But I'm looking
It's
at the
just a word.
facts. I followed the breadcrumb
Kamala
trail.
was very
You don't even
unlikable.
have to do a deep
Yep.
dive. Everybody's talking
You know
about
what?
this. And
She's
there's a
not. She's not that unlikable. I'll be honest. She's not that unlikable. Besides the fact that she, culturally appropriated, she's not that unlikable. Like, I don't hate her laugh. I think her laugh can be contagious, and I think that her cute little coconut tree stories or whatever they're cute, right? But they're not what is needed as a president. So she became unlikable because they tried to force her. They tried to force this person who is not meant to be the president to. They tried to force it, and that's why people, myself included, would say things like she's a fake and stuff like that and blah blah blah. And otherwise, I never would have said anything about Kamala. It was a terrible choice. Everything they did was terrible choices. That's why I wonder if everything was self-sabotage. Because it's like every single choice that they made was wrong. Every single one. Is there anything they did right? Yes, you're referring to the Nazi Party's policies and comparing them to Democratic and Republican policies. If Trudeau wins, you think the USA should give up? What do you mean the USA should give up? What do you mean? Wait, if Trudeau wins, what? Why would you say such an awful thing? If Trudeau wins, you think the USA should give up? Hell no. He's not gonna win. The Democrats, some of them, openly call themselves socialists or progressives. Well, anyway, the Democrats, some of them openly call themselves socialists or progressives. Well, the Nazi stands for National Socialism, which is just a different form of communism. I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is, when you hear the word Nazi, you think, you know what you think. You don't think necessarily the morals of the Nazi party. No, you think of what the Nazis did, right? That's why they use that word, because it's like a jab. Like, these are the worst people in the world, and you're one of them too. And they're again minimalizing the importance of these words. If Trudeau wins, Trump should invade Canada. I'm down. Kamala could never give a direct response. She would just go around. Yeah, it's so annoying. Like, what does growing up in the middle class have to do with the, what's your first policy? What are you gonna do? Nothing specific. And again, people bought it. I don't understand. And maybe they bought it because they refused to listen to the other side. So they only had the one side, and they think that the way Kamala spoke and the way that the campaign was run, they think that's normal. They think that's a normal way to run a campaign. They think that's how leaders speak. They only speak in hyperboles and freaking parables, right? They don't actually say anything with detail, and and then because you're refusing to watch the other side, the logical side, the common sense side, you don't get another perspective. And you only get one perspective, and you think that perspective is correct. And everyone who's got, you know, different, like, the outside perspective is, it's like, I don't get it. It's like, I feel like a 4D being, and the people in the bubbles are the 3D beings, right? You know how they always say, maybe there's 4D beings all around us, we just can't see them. It's like I don't know. Or 2D, like, we can see all of the 2D, if there's a 2D being, we could see, like, their whole thing, but they can only see, you know, what they can see. It's limited. So anyway, weird analogy, or if that's even the right word, weird connection. Kamala ran on 2 points. I'm not Trump, and I'm a black middle-class woman who lied about working at McDonald's. And also, Trump is evil, Trump is Hitler, Trump is this, Trump is that. Accidentally. Hunniebee redeemed a roast. Uh-oh. Wait, redeemed or roast me? No, you didn't. You lie. You hate her laugh. Her policies have caused so much despair in your society. Yeah. In your eyes, Democrats have destroyed our society. Yeah. Like, liberal... honestly, it's not just the Democrats, it's the globalists. It's the WEF. The WHO. It's like they're all in cahoots, you know? So... we have to remember that. DW, Hunniebee, we will free y'all from Trudeau. What's DW? And when you build an American flag on my new house, you know what, for once, Raptor, I will accept the American flag. And I will proudly display it on my home. I no longer cringe at American patriotism. I welcome it. Yeah. Don't worry. Oh, okay. So
Real
anyway,
factual breakdown of this person who has ties to Nazis. This is insane. Canada supports, or they sympathize for terrorists. Justin Trudeau does, not Canadians, but Justin Trudeau sympathizes with terrorists and now supports Nazis. What the hell is happening? Am I the only one that's going crazy? Because I think I'm beyond that mentally. I feel like I've passed the crazy line and I'm in like a deep swamp at the edge of the metaverse because I can't believe this shit is real. Welcome back to another video, everybody. You're going to want to share this to everybody. You're going to want to share this on Facebook groups, WhatsApp, Telegram, because
Democrats in your country
this
have
is
such
insane. And it's really
ideologies
hard
on
to
a lot of
believe,
issues. Some
but you
Democrats
see it
say
with
they
your own
are
eyes,
lifelong Catholics,
and then you
but they
have to
support
believe it.
things like
So
trans surgeries
let's
for
get into
prisoners
it,
or
but
kids being
first
able
a
to
word
change
from
their
today's
gender without
sponsor.
parents'
I want to thank
consent.
today's
It's so wrong. The
sponsor,
left
Private
has
Internet
lost
Access.
almost
We've
all
teamed
moral
up together,
values.
and PIA is willing to offer my audience
Yeah, like
83% off by using...
there's a difference between being progressive and just being a lunatic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I don't know if you're even, once again, I don't know if I'm allowed to say a word that just means what any other word means, like unhinged, okay. Next thing you know, in 4 years from now, the word unhinged is gonna be a slur. So, you know, like, it's just like, enough. Oops. We should play Minecraft again. I agree, we should, but I'm too much on the politicals. I can't play because I can't sleep at night because our world is falling apart. You can see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez running for president. Let's see who that is. Is that a joke? The Dems just want. Oh wait, sorry. You meant you can see it as in you can see the Democrats. She like her. You can see that she runs for the Democrats, not as in you can see her running for president, meaning that you would endorse her as president. They just want a female, qualified or not. No, it's not going to be AOC. It's going to be Michelle Obama. So I've heard. They labeled parents as domestic terrorists for speaking out against schools pushing LGBT narrative on young children. So stupid.
For 83%. So here's the clip that everyone's talking about. This is shared by the Hodge twins, which are a huge brand or channel or people in America, depending on how you want to look at it, brand or people. I like the Hodge twins. Yeah. Mainstream media is praising legit Nazis that fought for Hitler. Listen to what they call a guy. 98-year-old Ukrainian Canadian who fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians during the Second World War.
Which means, like, they were Nazis. The one that's... Because we were allied with Russia.
His speech received at least a dozen standing ovations. There was also one for this man, a 98-year-old Ukrainian Canadian who fought for Ukrainian independence against the Russians during the Second World War.
He fought with the Nazis. And you have a very good breakdown here by Ezra Levant on Twitter saying, I hope I'm wrong, but I think Trudeau and Zelensky just did something terrible.
She's a
Let
total
me
lunatic
explain
and
it
an
in
idiot.
reverse.
Well, your generation
In
hates
2020,
Michelle Obama.
Canada's
She ruins
leading
school
military
lunches.
affairs reporter wrote
Black
an
Lives
article in a
Matter
military
founder
journal about
endorsed
how
Trump.
Canada brought in
No
2,000
way.
Nazis after the Second World War.
Trump
The
is
Nazis
unifying
were in
everyone.
Hitler's
Is that for
14th
real? I didn't know that.
Waffen-SS division. According to military historian journalist David, they were able to sneak into Canada by changing their name and hiding their past. Here's what David wrote in the military journal. Esprit de Corps. In an attempt to hide the SS connection, the unit had changed its name in the last few days of the war to the 1st Division Ukrainian National Army, which is what this 98-year-old guy was in. So he fought with the Nazis. That was nearly 80 years ago, so most of those Nazis have since died. But one of them is apparently still alive. Yaroslav Yunka. And if I'm reading the news correctly, Trudeau invited him as an honored guest today to Zelensky's visit to Canadian Parliament. And that's who this guy is. This is Yaroslav Zelensky. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to give it my best shot. It says, Ukrainian President Zelensky and Prime Minister Trudeau recognize Yaroslav Yunka, who was in attendance and fought with the 1st Ukrainian Division in the Second World War before later immigrating to Canada in the House of Commons on Friday. And he was introduced by the House Speaker as 98-year-old soldier who fought against the Russians.
This guy lost his job over this. The House Speaker lost his job over this, and now they have Craig Fergus, which is
a hero.
What do they say about Craig Fergus? Craig. Am I spelling it wrong? This guy. So that's a new House Speaker. And and he's like already like he's done a lot of controversial things already as the new House Speaker, and that was this Yuroslav guy. This was okay, a year ago. So in 1 year, he's already like, because he was a liberal House Speaker. He's a liberal House Speaker, so he likes to be biased. So yeah, the Black Lives Matter founder did endorse Trump, or at least said that they were going to vote for Trump. Trump is unifying everyone. Lots of Nazis stayed in Ukraine. Isn't that funny? Right before the election. That's an interesting point. Stayed in Ukraine right before the election. Wait. It was divine intervention that saved Trump from that bullet? Oh man. Like, wow. Sometimes I forget that happened. What a freaking insane, like, last year. 2024 was like a crazy ass year. So many revelations, so many things happened, and we got to end it off with a big bang by getting Trump elected. And when I say this, again, it's not like I just like Trump and I want Trump to be president. What it means is freedom of speech is gonna come back, hopefully. You know, our freedoms are gonna come back. These ridiculous way of living that we can't afford, is like all that crap. BRB. Religious or not, it was divine intervention that saved Trump from that bullet. If he didn't turn his head, we would be in a different world. Yeah. Trump was saved by God. Wow. Like, I think about it like, I try to think about it from both perspectives, and like, I don't know, but it's like, where would we be right now if like if you know, the worst had happened? I mean, here's the thing, like, liberals listening to this are gonna be like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? But we all, the majority knows what I'm talking about. So, who would be left to save us all? I mean, we'd still have Elon, RFK, and honestly, I don't know. I'm still wary of Elon, to be honest. Like, but you know, RFK, Tulsi, Vivek, you know, RFK's running mate, who nobody ever mentions. And I'm so sorry that I can't like I don't remember her name off by heart. I think it starts with an S, but I might be wrong. RFK would be VP, right? Would be VP pick. Oh, sorry, her Marine, not with an S. Okay, so my memory was wrong. But let me see. Marianne, is that her? Wait, hold on. No, that's not, wait, hold on. I talked about her on my Discord. I'm gonna bring it up. See, this is the problem. Like, I should just know her name. And I don't. Like, people don't bring her up enough. She played a pivotal role as well in this. Where is it? nobody cared about all this like propaganda I was spewing for the Republican side. But in the end, I was right, guys. So whatever. You can ignore me all you want. You can pretend like some of the things I said didn't resonate with you. But I know the truth. And majority of America knows the truth. Trump's victory proves that. Alright? Where are the names? Where are the names? Where are the names? Where are the names? I thought I brought it up. I know I brought one. I gotta do a search. Nicole Shanahan. That's Nicole Shanahan played a pivotal role in this as well, and they don't mention her enough. Oh shoot! I still have liquid. Oh no! And my keyboard. Shoot. Dang it. So, I thought I was already following her. Wait. I could have sworn I was following her. Okay, so this was RFK's running mate, I believe, or like a campaign partner or something. And she created a really good like campaign ads
There
and
were
stuff.
congressional hearings.
The one that was really good that she the one that she did. Hold on. I mean, it was so long ago, so we're gonna go try. It was the Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome, and then she created an ad. I don't know if you guys seen it, but it was pretty good. Is this
Most Canadians.
no. This one.
Are you or your loved ones suffering from illnesses such as TDS? Also,
Hold on, let me play it in small view. How do I go to?
are you or your loved ones suffering from illnesses such as TDS, also known as Trump derangement syndrome? Do you dismiss or deny the current issues facing our country, such as historic inflation, illegal immigration, corporate corruption, World War III escalations, and the chronic disease epidemic? Are you willing to elect someone who was the least popular vice president in modern history, and who offers no policy or vision for America simply because your brain keeps telling you anyone but Trump? If so, you might be struggling from TDS. Introducing Independence. Independence allows you the freedom to finally think independently once again. Instead of believing everything you hear from the mainstream media, Independence allows for constructive critical thinking.
I used to hear people on the news say things like
Donald Trump and the movement he has encouraged are a threat
to democracy.
And I instantly believed it. With independence, I now realize the media is run by the Democrat elite, who are a corrupt oligarchy that censors free speech, silences political opponents, supports forever wars, and abandons democracy by anointing its candidates.
Independence may not be for everyone. If you enjoy being lied to about your president's cognitive abilities, support Orwellian totalitarianism, or are excited about communist fiscal policy, independence may not be right for you. Common side effects of independence may include an awakening of rational thought, successfully identifying propaganda, freedom of choice, loss of hatred, anti-narcissistic behavior, and love of democracy.
I used to blindly hate whoever my party was running against. I didn't care about facts or policy because I was hopelessly indoctrinated. With independence, I'm much more interested in policies that uphold democracy, and I truly care about the health of our country and its citizens.
Ask your doctor if independence is right for you, and enjoy your freedoms once again.
So this ad, like, I don't know, like, I thought it was at least trending on Twitter, you know what I mean? Like, or on X or whatever, Twitter, which is, people like to bash Twitter, but I don't think they realize how big of an impact that it had this election. And, I mean, who said it? Someone said it. Joe Biden stepped down when Joe Biden stepped down as president via X. The president of the United States via X dropped out or like stepped down or whatever, said he was, you know, like taking backseat. So like, and then people just want to act like, here's the thing, I'm the same way. I was the same. I was the exact same. Like X is X, whatever, you know? Like I used X to literally like say the actually really terrible things to usually like companies like McDonald's and Walmart. And the reason for that is I felt like Twitter was a place where that was allowed, and it is. And that's why it's like, for me, Twitter was like, I'm really frustrated with something. Sometimes you just want to let it out, and like when you do that via Twitter, sometimes you might get a reply back, right, from the company. And when you like let out your frustrations out on Twitter, I guess for a lot of people that's just like one way to like deal with it, like deal with the, you know, whatever, like, oh, like you had terrible service, and then, you know, sometimes it's just like, I don't know, that's, to me, that's like, that's what I use it for, just to like complain about. I just use it for complaining. I use it for complaining because I let my frustrations out on X because you could, you know, like you could, and everyone does, doesn't everyone? Like nobody cares. Everyone's savage on X, and that's like the fun of it, I guess. But when I started to talk about, you know, actually, it's so weird. Like when I started to talk about Trump, I'm actually surprised at how, I keep saying it, I'm surprised at how like hated he is. Like you could say I hated him too, but hate is a strong word. Like I most certainly didn't like the guy back in 2020, back in 2016, back in 2020. By 2020, I was already like used to Trump as the president, that it wasn't as ridiculous as like in 2016. In 2016, it was like, it just seemed so ridiculous. In 2020, it's like, well, we're already kind of used to it, so it's not that I wanted him to win, because I, just like everyone else, thought the Democrats were the right way to go. And obviously I can't vote, but I was paying attention, you know, I was paying attention back then too. And I just didn't talk about it. And I wasn't paying like super attention, obviously, because if I was, maybe, I don't know. But then again, I don't know what Trump's policies were back in 2020. so I can't say. But anyways, was I going anywhere with that? Where I was going with that is that Nicole Shanahan played a big role, and they needed when they talk about, like, when they bring up all the people, like, you know, Trump, Elon, RFK, Tulsi, when they bring up Vivek, when they bring up, you know, they even bring up, like, all the people, like, they, like, please also bring up Nicole, because, like, this was so epic, and, like, she played a huge part in it as well. So, and I don't want to have an instance again where I don't, like, remember her name, because, like, that's not cool. I don't know. Anyway, just wanted to say that because nobody else is saying it. So, I mean, maybe they are, but I'm not hearing it, you know. So, Nick Fuentes. Let's check out Nick Fuentes. Sounds familiar. People? Hold on. Oh my gosh, look at this. I wonder I wonder who this is directed at. Who's this directed at? Oh, okay, so he's anti-Trump. Got it. Okay, so your body is exactly why you losers are bored. Who is saying your body, my choice? Who is saying this? Hold on, let's see. Truly hope this trend stops immediately. It's not cute or humorous. I never saw, like, I never heard of this trend, so this is a lie, because, like, I never heard of this trend. It sounds like something you guys are making up. Just like the way they lie about Trump. This is so hilarious. Guys, look at where we're at. Look at where we're at. I gotta be quiet now. People are trying to say, okay. Any man who, oh shit. Any man who had to change his name from Diddy Smoker needs to go ahead and sit down. His name was Diddy Smoker? Oh my goodness. Okay, so hold on. I dare some not be and say that to my face. Literally nobody is saying this. Literally nobody, I didn't hear anyone say this. And if they are, they're literally trolling you guys. So hilarious. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good line. But, like, nobody's saying this. Like, nobody's saying this. At least nobody I listen to. There we go. Literally nobody is saying that, but leftist liars. Nice try though. I agree with this guy. Sorry guys. Like, not all leftists, sorry. I'm not trying to generalize. Again. I'm not trying to alienate, you know, the others, like, not the other side. I'm not on sides. I'm in the middle. But, you know. What that means is chill. Everybody chill. You know that their posts got repeatedly ratioed by women talking about straight up castration. Okay. Anyway, let's go to the next one. Yeah, that's what Trump is doing. That's what he's doing. He's giving people permission to, like, literally, your government is giving doctors permission to touch your children. Children can't give consent. So, literally, your government is giving doctors permission to touch the people's children behind the parents' backs. And don't tell me that's not wrong. Like that, you hear how that sounds? I'm gonna save that for later. Look at how, like, nasty these people talk. They're so nasty. This is why you guys lost. All of you. All of you in here. So nasty. Enjoy your nasty ass bubbles, guys. Like, holy cow. But not all of you. Just those crazy lefties that are saying, like, whack stuff. Alright, what are we doing now? This is fine. This is, I'm over it already. Oh, wait, we're gonna watch this.
Is now they're going to start wearing certain jewelry.
Yeah, I gotta make
they're
those
going to start
bracelets.
wearing blue beads in their hair or blue bracelets.
I see a business opportunity.
So they can identify fellow allies when they're out there shopping at TJ Maxx and Ross and Target and wherever else you may be shopping. Okay? So, for some reason, I mean, they say that Trump supporters are a cult, right? But because they cannot handle this loss, they want to still live here in our society, but somehow they want to be able to identify each other so they don't interact with anyone else that's not.
The world's first titanium nonstick pan. Then blow your hair
Sounds
back.
pretty cultish to me.
I'm Mike Pagale, 3 Michelin chef.
Wearing a little blue bracelet or something along those lines. Now, my question is, how is this really going to work out for them? Because, like I said, they live in this alternate reality, basically. They live in this woke TikTok algorithm reality where they're just getting fed non-stop woke propaganda, right? So a lot of these people are going to go out into reality and they're going to realize, hey, wait, no one is out here wearing blue jewelry to identify themselves. I'm by myself. And I'm thinking, like, there's probably going to be some really funny situations where they approach people who are wearing, you know, maybe a blue necklace or something, and they're going to think that, hey, they're one of us. But it turns out they're just a Trump supporter. But anyways, before I go on this riff, let me actually show you what I'm talking about really quickly. Warning, this is going to be cringe, but it's worth it. You gotta enjoy this victory. You gotta enjoy just how far
Sorry, guys,
they
I'm not
are
reading the chat.
spiraling down the drain right now, just absolutely losing their minds. Let's
Hey,
go ahead and roll the
Steeler,
clip,
you're
and then I'll be
still
right
here.
back.
Anyone need a blue bracelet? Message me. Free of charge. I won't ask a dime from you. Just give me your Eddie and I'll send it over to you.
I'm sure many of us have already seen videos about using blue bracelets to identify each other as safe individuals. And as somebody who lives in a red city and a red state, if you, like me, do not feel safe presenting that blue bracelet every day, I recommend looking into becoming an anklet wearer.
As a woman of color, when I go out, I have no way to distinguish between the white ladies that support the bad man and the white ladies that support freedom. I can't figure that out. So if someone's wearing a safety pin or a blue bracelet where I'm living, which is a huge red state.
The thing is, like, the reason, like, we laugh because we know something they don't. And we're trying to tell them, but they don't want to listen. So we just gotta laugh. What do you do? Like, don't, like, and then, I don't know.
That is...
Sorry, let me just get caught up in the chat because my brain is, like, finish one task at a time. When will he be streaming next? Nick Fuentes. So what about him? Oh, he's a scumbag. Oh, got it. It's the GOAT. Oh, so wait, hold on, Spider-Man. So, Wolf, let me know why he's a scumbag, and Spider-Man, let me know why he's the GOAT. I want to know. Everyone is allowed their opinion no matter how dog-esque it is. What you don't like about Nick? I want to know specifics, guys. Because when somebody asks me about Nick, I don't want to just say he's no good or he's cool. I want to give reasons as to why. No.
Really an
Never
element
mind,
of
let's just
comfort
keep
for
watching.
me. When I see that, I feel like, okay, not every single white woman in here hates me.
I went out today and I got these blue.
So they're just like, remember weren't these the same people that said, you can't assume, like, don't assume my gender, don't assume this, don't assume that, right? Don't assume anything about anyone else, and also don't appropriate, and all that kind of stuff. And now they're assuming. Now they're allowed to assume. Once again, it's always the rules for me, not for thee. It's always that. It's always the double standard. It's always the hypocrisy.
When I see that, I feel like, okay, not every single white woman in here hates me.
So you're just going around, you're just gonna live life now assuming that every single woman who is not wearing a blue bracelet hates you. And what you're trying to signal here is that if you don't want to be targeted as a woman-hating woman, you better wear a blue bracelet too, kind of thing. Is kind of
Went out today and I got these blue friendship-making bracelets at TJ Maxx. Also, I didn't see anyone wearing
TJ Maxx. Isn't that a corporate conglomerate? Aren't you guys trying to keep away from stuff? Like, why didn't you buy local? Why didn't she buy local?
the blue bracelets that we were supposed to wear. I had this, so I put this on.
So I heard y'all looking for black-owned businesses to buy blue bracelets from.
There we go.
Guess what?
There we go.
Y'all want the denim blue or y'all want the blue? Okay?
Okay.
Because I'll get started right now. Right now. Okay? Modern
Not
Hippies
TJ
Atlanta, we got
Maxx.
the blue bracelets. Which
TJ
blue
Maxx
do y'all
is the
want?
man.
Do y'all, okay?
Who owns TJ Maxx? TJ Maxx Companies is publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange under the ticker TJ6, and its headquarters are located in Framingham, Massachusetts. Sometimes I don't know the words I'm looking for, you know? Okay, so what I asked was compared to women. Sorry. What I asked was how many men. Okay, so since TJ Maxx is, I guess, owned by the stock exchange or whatever, it's owned by like all the people. It's what is it? A public company or whatever. Um, so since it's not like owned by like one guy or whatever, but who's the CEO? Who is the um so what I asked was like, okay, so who trades TJX, which is the ticker, the stock exchange under the ticker TJX. Okay, so where was I? So, so then I asked, okay, so like how many men on average sell or trade TJX compared to women? A percentage, please. It didn't give me a percentage, but says that in general men trade more frequently than women do overall. So like, and I get it. It's just beads. It's just like, that was probably $3, $3.99. But it's the principle. Their whole argument is that they don't need men and blah 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 blah, and they're gonna, I don't know, like, okay, sure, but you're still like technically supporting the man, the whoever. Current CEO of TJX Companies is Ernie Herman. So, hey. So Ernie Herman is the CEO, and yeah, and so like, it's like the principle, right? It's just like kind of ironic how literally everything that you are using, or everything that you're like, the home that you're in, like everything that came before you, over what exactly? Like, lies over lies. Over rights that are not being taken away, but rather being reinstilled, rights of the parents are being reinstated. Because parents' rights were taken away and nobody batted an eye. So rights are actually being reinstalled or reinstated or whatever. I don't know. Like, my English isn't amazing, but you get what I'm trying to say. So to say that children are losing their rights, they can't consent in the first place. Just like a tattoo, just like whatever. Cigarettes. Hey! So at the end of the day, like, there's still, like, okay, at the end of the day, they're not really making any difference. I guess, you know what I mean? Like, they're just kind of furthering the divide that has been happening for a while. Sorry. But hold on. How do I, like, I want to see the stuff. Ooh, we could do face masks. Somebody tell them, guys, bracelets aren't enough. We have to make sure we cover, I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna go there. I'm being mean now. I'm not just being mean. But I am curious about these bracelets. Oh shit. Oh, there's too many stores to look at. Let's just finish this.
Hey, Modern Hippies Atlanta, we got the blue bracelets. Which blue do y'all want? Do y'all want denim blue or do y'all want blue blue? Y'all just let me know, because I can mix them up. Let me know how y'all want these blue bracelets, okay?
The Great Save event is on at Sport Check. Take 25% off select full-priced items.
Get a lioness on the ground?
She inserts a team, and then we have a capture-kill option.
I build a plan, and I run it. Me.
Why was
Lioness,
this,
new season now streaming exclusively
why
on
was
Paramount
Spider-Man
Plus.
timed out?
I'm coming with the blue bracelets.
Oh,
y'all just let me know
happened?
how you want them. I'll start right now. Right now. Right now.
Ellie in Video Land, how's it going? He's the guy that said, "Your body, my choice," and he's but who is he, like, in terms of government? Like, who is he? Who is this guy? Like, who cares what he said unless he's like, is he a Democrat? Is he a Republican? Like, I really have no idea. Like, because that could be said by, I guess he's a right winger. Like, I'm guessing he's a right winger, but is he just like a commentator? Is he a news anchor? Like, how do I freaking find messages? This is so annoying. Oh, there it is. Wait, what's happening? Wait, what's happening? Okay, but I don't think it was necessary to time him out though. Because well, just proving you don't have an informed opinion. Like that's I don't agree with Spider-Man, but he's allowed to say what he said, you know, in my opinion. I think he's just trolling. I think Spider-Man is just trolling to get a reaction. One second. Keep pushing. Your body, my choice forever. Bingo. Like, obviously, Spider-Man is wrong. Maybe just, I don't know, how do we delete just this message, the one message, I don't know, but like, the whole point is that, we don't want to like stifle free speech, even if we don't agree with it, right? So, I don't know, like, we can all team up on Spider-Man and tell him he's a loser for saying all this, of course, that we can do, and like, if he goes too far, then obviously block. But like, I don't know, I'm pretty lax. Like, I don't get offended easily, or like I guess it depends, right? Like, I like to think that I don't, or at least I try not to, especially when it comes to streaming. Still no informed opinion. With the breakdown on why. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. I mean, if that's what he said, but who is he? I just want to know who this person is. So let's keep watching this.
Blue bracelet me, okay? I'm ready. Stop it, down, down, down. We are in this thing making orders, okay? We got y'all. Bow, bow, bow. Modern hippies in this thing. Gang, gang, gang.
Listen, I'm not even trying to be mean here. I'm not trying to judge. I am not trying to shame anyone on their appearance. I'm honestly trying to be nice here. But I'm also going to be honest. You know, they say, oh, you need to wear this jewelry or wear this necklace, wear these beads so we can identify you. I can identify you without any of that. Like, send me into the supermarket right now. Send me into Walmart right now. And I can pick out each and every last one of you. You don't gotta have a blue bracelet, a blue bead, a blue damn anything. We can see you and tell that you're one of them. And that's what's funny to me. Is because, let's be honest, folks. Let's be honest. We're not being mean here. You all can spot these people out, right? When you're out and about, you can see them. They have this look about them. So, if we can notice that, and we can differentiate, you know, people like this from normal people, I mean, how can they not tell? So now I'm like, kind of like weirded out because me and everyone I know, we can all spot these people like a sore thumb. But I guess they don't have the capability to see one another and realize when, hey, that kind of looks like another woke crazy idiot. You know what I mean? Like, I guess they don't have the ability to see that like we do. But they're taking it farther than just little pieces of blue jewelry. Some of them are taking it to the extreme. They're saying that everyone needs to get tattoos. That everyone has to get something permanent. a permanent way to tell the difference between, oh, did you vote Trump or did you vote Kamala? Let's go ahead and roll this clip, and then I'll be right back.
So I'm liking what I'm hearing about the blue friendship bracelet movement, but I personally want something more permanent, more serious. I'm wholeheartedly devoted to what I believe in, and that's love. So can we come up with a tattoo and placement of that tattoo to mark ourselves, to identify ourselves to other women and men?
It looks like she got hit in the face, like no shade or anything. It just, are you okay?
Who share our values.
Is this the girl that hit her head against?
Who know that we are a safe person.
The
to
door
be
frame.
with. I will gladly get this agreed upon tattoo. I'd like to get it today, but I'm sure
Just kidding. I'm just trying to make a joke.
So to all the men and women out there, who feel cheated and betrayed and a little bit lost, what tattoo are we getting and where are we putting it?
All right, so
excuse the black eyes. I'm a single mom of 2 boys. Got hit in the head with a baseball on election day. So
how do I
seems
delete
appropriate.
a specific message?
Let me know what tattoo
Or
and
is it
where.
only like? Sorry, I have to ban you.
Guys, you want to know just how ironic this is?
Like,
you know, they accuse.
This is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Like, I get it. What he's saying is not right, and like, but it's like, I don't give a like, obviously nobody gives a shit what this idiot is saying, because obviously his viewpoint is wrong. He's obviously shit disturbing, which, I mean, like, I don't know, like, okay, whatever people say in the chat, I guess it means that I also, whatever people that say in the chat means that's what I mean, apparently. So, like, why does anybody stream ever? Like, it's just, can't we just, I don't know. I miss the good old days when you could just talk shit, not too much shit, like, obviously don't, you know what I mean? I don't know, just, it's just like, Trump, exactly, like, we're in Trump era now. We don't have to be afraid of these things anymore. At least, we never should have been. We never should have been. But, I don't know. Spider-Man, a year from now, I'll unban you and you'll have another chance, I guess, at
Accuse Trump
watching
of being
my mediocre stream.
one of the worst people in history, right? They accuse him of being
Nobody
the
likes
bad
you,
guys
though.
from World War II. The Yazis, okay? They accuse him of being like
Giuseppe,
the
how's it
leader
going? Welcome to
of
the chat.
those guys, right? Yet here they are, literally trying to brand themselves and mark themselves. Now, what does that remind you of? Does that remind you of maybe a certain group, you know, during World War II? Think about it. And this is when you start to realize what's really going on.
Ooh.
You say they accuse Trump of all of these things. They say he's going to do this and they say he's going to do that. They know that he's not going to do that. But in reality, I think they want him to do that on here and mark themselves. Now, what does that remind you of? Does that remind you of maybe a certain group, you know, during World War II? Think about it.
Nobody. Suburban white women with multiple degrees, a $750,000 home, and an $88,000 SUV.
And this is when you start to realize what's really going on.
They are, like, so many of them are like, Handmaid's Tale, Handmaid's Tale.
On here.
And then you know what I saw? Which is like, it's no shade, but it was hilarious. Marcus! Excuse me, thank you so much for the raid! Thank you! How are you doing? How was your stream? Is my... Oh, let's see if my highlight thingy works this time around. Hold on. Maybe I need to... Sorry. 1 second. It was dope, made fun of a few episodes of The View. Oh lord. How could you even watch it? Oh shoot! I always do something wrong. Alright, here. It worked this time! This is oh! Somebody clipped a... Oh!
Sorry about that, chat.
Uh-oh! Are you in your underwear? I'm so sorry. Let me... Well, I guess
cold
no,
enough because I
it's
just
fine.
threw them in there before
We
the
were
stream
live.
started. It's
We're
only
live
been
like
2
that.
hours, so
It's
the
fine.
water's not
I'm not
completely
exposing
cold
anything.
yet. So had to get some fucking
This was
water
your
with some ice
decision.
in it.
They're probably
Gotta get
just
some ice
shorts.
in a cup.
I'm just kidding. Anyways, guys, go check out Marcus Daily. Thank you again so much for the raid. Alien IQ, hey honey, we have to live, can't change stuff, we don't have control of everything, goes to okay, don't worry about it. That's just the way these services do terms of service. If you don't moderate the chat, then you get labeled as supporting what they say and get the whole channel booted permanently for it. Got it. I feel like I have been told this like a few times and I always forget like that that basically what you said here. Like I always forget that. But anyway, thank you, Wolf, for reminding me, and thank you for taking care of that. And I'm sorry that I like undid it, but then I remembered. Oh, it's the views. You like, yeah. It's unfortunate, but whatever. It was dope. Made fun of a few episodes. It was, thank you, Alien. How are you doing? 2020 celebrate. 2020 was the start of the end. But now it's a new dawn. We're not there yet.
You said they accuse Trump of all of these things. They say he's going to do this and they say he's going to do that. They know that he's not going to do that. But in reality, I think they want him to. I think they want these things to be true so freaking bad. I think it's their fantasy. And for some of them, I think it's kind of twisted. Like in a really freaky, type of way. I'm not even going to get into details. But this is their fantasy, folks. The things that they say Trump's going to do, they want it to happen to them. And that's why they're out here now. Oh, we're going to brand ourselves. Like we've just been thrown into a concentration camp. We need to tattoo ourselves on our arms so we can all, be picked out of a crowd so everyone knows that we're different from everyone else. And that's how things come full circle. That's when you realize, oh, what it's really about. This is one of your sick, twisted, woke fantasies. And it always has been.
Damn,
These
he's
people
right.
eat, breathe, just
looking out for you.
live this
Thank you,
stuff
Wolf. I
nonstop.
appreciate it.
They just sulk and brew in Trump hatred and all of these different crazy theories about what Trump's
You know what
going
it
to do.
is?
And then when those things...
It's a victim mentality, I think. Like, they have to be a victim.
things don't happen, they try to do it to themselves. And then say, oh, look, we had to do this because of Trump. No, you didn't. You didn't have to shave your hair. You didn't have to go make bracelets for everyone for free and go broke and not be able to pay your rent because you're sending bracelets to other woke idiots you found on TikTok. You don't have to go to Michael's and buy all the blue beads. No, you don't have to do any of those things. You can just be a normal person. But these people aren't capable of that. And I don't think they ever will be. But for now, you can let me know what you think about this down in the comments below. While you're down there, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe, ring that notification bell. And if you find yourself getting too worked up by all of this, remember, it's just political cinema.
Sorry. I don't think I saw this. Did I see this one a day ago? Maybe I did see this one. I think it is.
What's up with the squad? Back with another video. Y'all seeing the title, what's going down. Make sure you hit the like button, hit that subscribe button. Check this video out and I'll get my thoughts and my comments after we play this video.
Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids...
This did not just happen. Isn't this an old video?
Pure care. Cruel mutilation of our youth. Plan to stop...
we played this video.
Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation...
If reelected. See? If reelected. This is not a new video. I don't know why people are spreading this as a new video. Like, what he says in it is based. Actually, let's watch, I was gonna say, let's watch, what's his name? Asmongold's take on it, because, like, I was watching it earlier, and I get it. Some people don't like Asmongold. I don't care one way or the other. I'm a neutral towards him. I never met the guy. But he had a lot of, like, he was just like what he was saying was just basically everything that everybody's thinking, and it's not like it's just like logic.
What TV show are you waiting to binge?
Well, we've been binging Yellow Jackets.
Oh.
It's really, it's kind of difficult to watch, though.
Okay.
Because it has cannibalism in it.
Oh, all right. All right. All right.
Well, as you know, Yaya, I've worked on this issue for almost my entire career and have always been an advocate for immigrants, documented and undocumented.
The American dream is dead.
It's the first time I've seen a woman who laughs at cannibalism and who defends illegals. It's like an anti-hero. Friends, you can see how the stats on my channel are terrible again, because the Democrats are purposely trying to make my videos worse. But if you like and subscribe and share, it will help my content get recommended. Thank you. Showtime. Let's go.
Oh, yeah!
I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Distinguished guests, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
Hello, hello, hello. By the way, that little thing up in the air there, don't worry about it. It's not armed. Don't worry about it. It's not armed.
Of course, of course. Where is Kamala? If she is such a foreign guru, then he would have her there for consultation. She could use some foreign policy experience in negotiations.
Oh, yes.
Jill is now assisting whatever.
They're making more money than they have ever made in the history of the music business.
We have generation after generation of us not seeing a fair piece of the pie.
How do we keep the money from black music in black people's hands?
No skipping.
Is left of Joe Biden in leading cabinet meetings.
This is the first time Jill has joined us, and it goes to show how important the issue is, which she's about to speak to the both of us. Today, at the top of our meeting, Jill's going to give an update on the House initiative, White House initiative, to fundamentally change the approach and fund and how we approach and fund women's health services. So I'd like to turn it over to Jill and for any comments she has, and it's all yours, kid.
Thank you. You know, sometimes the White House surprises you. When Joe became president, I knew I wanted to keep shining a light on the issues that I'd worked on for so many years.
Oh, okay. First cabinet meeting in 11 months, and they have $1 trillion that needs spending before they're out on the street. Joe's binder probably included Jill's full name and photo for reference. Kamala Harris thinks America should be just like California.
And we take great pride in what we know we can have in terms of impact for each of you, for your constituents directly. But by extension, the impact you have on our state and therefore on the rest of the country. And you take that work very seriously. And, you know, I maybe with a bit of bravado will repeat what I think we all say. So goes California. Goes the nation.
You guys are such a pain in the neck.
Is she suggesting we all set up tents on the sidewalks, or we all start pooping on the sidewalks? I'm confused.
I found it when I turned on my phone and saw that. I thought, my God, what is this?
Kamala Harris dismisses auto worker concerns over shift to electric vehicles.
It strikes me that the shift to electric vehicles, which is a major point of contention in these contract talks, it's almost as if the administration's two goals are colliding. On the one hand, fight climate change. On the other hand, build out the middle class by supporting unions. And yet we know that when it comes to actually building electric vehicles, it requires less labor, and many of those jobs are non-union jobs.
I would suggest to you that that perspective that some people have is grounded in a very old false choice. You can do both.
Choice.
And that is our perspective. We can do both, and that is about supporting, again, the importance of understanding the value of work and that it should be compensated commensurate with its value, and what we must do to invest in our economy, invest in innovation, and take on one of the biggest crises the world has ever known, which is the climate crisis.
Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
As usual, you can tell she put no thought into her response. Reporter did his homework. She was stumped by his question, and no one prepped beforehand that jobs will eventually be downsized. More evidence that neither her or Joe run anything in D.C. She thinks that if she just talks, she'll get away without showing her ignorance. The press lets her do this.
Yes.
They don't understand how easy this is. Liberals are so brainwashed that they think war and resources from other countries will make America stronger.
The Fed's campaign to rein in inflation, which hit 9.1% in June 2022, drove borrowing costs for homes, cars, and credit cards to their highest levels in decades. For families like Ben and Haley Williams, the hope is lower rates will help the household budget. They have almost $11,000 in credit card debt, some with interest rates over 30%.
We never had credit card debt prior to this.
That's hard to watch, especially when she was nodding her head without saying anything. $2,000 a month going to the interest is scary, but hopefully in the long run, they will be putting money into equity home.
This was buying a house in Indiana last December with a mortgage rate of 8.1%.
I know we maxed out our housing budget, but we kind of had to because anything under the $250,000 mark here was selling quickly or they were getting cash offers, and we just couldn't compete with that.
Are you hoping that within the next couple of years you'll be able to refinance then?
Yeah, that's the goal.
They feel house poor. About half of their income goes toward their home.
Only $176 went to principal last month, and so over $2,000 was interest and taxes and insurance.
Yeah, that's happening to a lot of people.
No, I totally agree with the Democrats. We should spend all our money, as much as possible, to other countries. The money that was supposed to go to connect rural America to the internet should have definitely go to Africa per Harris. And we should spend more money than any other country on NATO. Why are we giving money to the American people? They don't need it. That's the Democrat way to be spent elsewhere. I realize there are people who don't understand sarcasm. I was kidding. I don't think so.
Okay.
Don't forget to watch my other videos. I love you. Thanks for watching me. Bye.
I wanted him to what's his reaction to the election? Maybe this one?
You were quoted back in July saying you look forward to buying a union-made electric vehicle, but you currently have a non-union-made Tesla. UAW already makes some electric vehicles.
Yes.
So why wasn't that? Is it a problem with the quality? Is it a problem with the style? Is the market just not there?
No, our car was purchased during the pandemic when before a vaccine had come out. So travel between New York and Washington, the safest way that we had determined was an EV, but that was prior to some of the new models coming out on the market that had the range available. But we're actually looking into trading in our car now. So we're looking into it, and hopefully we will soon.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Did the host follow up by pointing out that her
I'm back,
answer
alien.
made absolutely no sense and
You are
suggest that she provide a better one? Of course they didn't. Such is the laughable media today. Hello friends. Today we will look at a very strange woman. I don't even know how to react to her because she is really strange and incomprehensible to me. My name is Mad Bird. Take something delicious and let's go.
Okay. Go.
That's pretty delicious.
He says it was an accident. He thought pulling the alarm would open a door based on the fact that the doors to his right there were locked, and there was a sign that he said he was, I think someone said it was confusing. I'll be honest, it doesn't really make sense to me, his explanation. Have you talked to him? What's going on there?
I mean, listen, I think if you actually do see some of the photos of the signs, I think there's something to be said about the government's about to shut down. There's a vote clock that's going down. The exits that are normally open in that building were suddenly closed.
By the way, I opened that video.
So I'm
this one, but I just realized like it's 2 hours 30 minutes, so I'm not sure. Like, I'll probably like put it going when like before I go to bed or something.
What I am here to say is that.
But I also don't doubt. Like, all I wanted to know was is he like a part of the government, or is he just somebody on Twitter? You know what I mean? Like, that's all because I'm just curious about that part.
House administration
But
and
anyway,
U.S.
so
Capitol Police and Jamal
I'm sure it'll
Bowman
tell me,
are an
like, all about it.
active, and he's fully participating in saying there was a misunderstanding. But what I do think is important to raise is the fact that Republicans
Imagine being a talking anthropomorphic ego with an American flag bandana around you or otherwise making your body, and then calling someone else bizarre. It's called a faceless YouTube channel, and he's got 135k subscribers, so. Are you really defending this lady right now?
representatives like Nicole Malliotakis and others.
People are literally changing their bodies, changing their lives, changing their futures, and we can replicate it. Now that's science. The formula is really about brain coherence and heart coherence.
Immediately moved to file motions to censure, motions to expel, before there has even been conversations that are finished to even see if there was a misunderstanding here.
No, God! No, God, please, no! I'm reading the comment. The man was a middle school principal. My husband and I were both teachers for decades.
All right.
School staff deal with fire alarms
I'll
all the
let
time.
him defend
They all know
himself.
what fire alarms do and how they do it, especially principals. First graders know what fire alarms do and how they do it, and that it is very, very wrong to pull one unless there is a real fire. Unless it can be shown that this fire alarm was fundamentally different than all other fire alarms in the country, and that there was some kind of sign that said pulling the alarm would open the doors, then there was no misunderstanding here. The man deliberately pulled the fire alarm and knew exactly what it would do.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
And we do tend to find that, for example, dads, because we give it to all parents, whether you are the birthing parent, adoptive parent, whatever. So dads sometimes like to take that first month, and then their spouses will, take, time off, and then maybe they'll try to take additional time off after their spouse's leave is expired, or they'll take leave while their spouse is taking leave, but it's up to you.
Dads are dads, parents are parents, spouses are spouses.
Listen. Whatever the bird is saying is not my words, okay? This is just some stuff I'm watching. When it comes to transgender stuff, I don't have to talk about it, but you can't say this isn't entertaining.
But moms are birthers. This is an attack on women. She says believe all women, but can't define what a woman is. Clown world. She'll feel differently if she has kids. All your idealistic new world foo-far goes out the window then.
At the end of the day, we have to be able to come together as a caucus, and if it is this Ukrainian allegation that is what brings the caucus together, then I think we have to run with however we unify the House. And so while I believe personally that we should be pursuing and investigating quite flagrant abuses of the Emoluments Clause, even reporting as recently as the suspicious stops at Trump properties, even in congressional delegations, or rather in foreign trips. I think that all of this is game for investigation, but we also need to move quite quickly because we're talking about the potential compromise of the 2020 elections. And so this is not just about something that has occurred. This is about preventing a potentially disastrous outcome from occurring next year.
Fuck this.
This is about preventing a potentially disastrous outcome from occurring next year.
Yes, this is a very old video, but after so much time, it does not change. Oh my God! She's extremely annoying, W. Screeching voice. Literally can't put a coherent statement together. Poor thing. Every time she opens her mouth, she swings a sledgehammer at that last nail in the Democratic coffin. I can't understand at all how these people can make decisions that affect the fate of the country. Although, why am I surprised? You've seen the vice president. It can't get any worse.
No, you're right.
You know, there's a lot of people saying, you know, call for a general strike, call for a general strike. The majority of Americans don't know what a general strike is. And so our responsibility is to talk about it, expand consciousness about it, and to actually create the conditions in which working people can generate and really exercise their own power, the power that they already have for themselves.
She needs to read up on Lech Wałęsa and see why people strike. It's the opposite direction she wants to go. This woman is feckless. As part of government, should be wanting to teach people how to go against government. I wonder how these people manage to get to politics. It seems to me that any homeless person would make smarter statements than her.
And so our responsibility,
you know, I think it's important to state that that abortion is an economic issue. Forcing poor and working class people to give birth against their will, against their consent, against their ability to provide
that's not even what's going on. So this is lies.
Themselves or a child is a profound economic issue, and it's certainly a way to keep a workforce basically conscripted to large-scale employers and to employers to work more against their will, to take second and third jobs against their desire and their own autonomy. And so the idea that that abortion and access to abortion is somehow not a profound and third jobs to work more against their will, to take second and third jobs.
Isn't everyone already taking second and third jobs?
Against their desire and their own autonomy. And so the idea that that abortion and access to abortion is somehow not a profound and central economic and class issue and class struggle is certainly something that I think a person who's never had to contend with the ability to carry a child, you know, it belies that perspective.
What in heaven's name are you talking about?
Conscripted to large employers. This quote is a head scratcher because it is not abortion that constricts people to larger employers, corporations. It is the complex, burdensome taxation, regulations, occupational licensing, and other small business killing policies that her party endorses that keep them tied to the corporate plantation, not abortion. Not to mention, there are about 20 forms of birth control. Women are more empowered than ever with their reproductive choices.
Hey, Meta, take a video.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
With Chewy, get your flea and tick med.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Now this is a really interesting concept. You know how I've been saying the last couple of days that Democrats seem to be lacking the ability to look at themselves critically? They can't admit what's wrong, what's not working, and so they're doomed to make the same mistake over and over. They're not assessing the problem properly. They're taking more of the "we're not the problem, America's the problem" approach. Or it was Joe Biden's fault. Oh, all those misogynist Latino men and self-hating white women. I mean, that seems to be the approach, rather than realizing it was the rhetoric and whatnot and the lack of messaging.
Where they don't have an ultra-restrictive abortion law, they were voting more because they're like pocketbook issues matter more than if a woman in Alabama is able to get an abortion.
But they're going to do worse under a Trump administration. The only people that are going to do well are the millionaires and the billionaires.
And finally, we talk.
They keep this talking point as if abortion's getting banned, and it's not. That's so evil. Like, they play very dirty. They play so dirty, and it's like, yeah, nobody liked that.
A lot about these different demographics
Not
and these.
only like they play so dirty, but like the truth about, you know, the fact that Trump is not actually that racist, or that like a lot of the things they're saying are lies, and all these things, and then it's just like the facade is over.
assumptions.
Not for some, but for most.
Where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border.
It's
The
misogyny.
racism is on their doorstep. And they were begging people to care about it for years. We need to take some lessons. Some lessons are not.
I'm not
You know,
saying
it just
it
seems
does.
as though they're just not getting it. They've completely lost the plot. They're out there in outer space.
you
We're
have
not
to
building on
just-
these concepts. I noticed.
You have to like kind of like listen to it over a few times like to understand, because she does kind of like go on and on and on and on and on and on and on, and then okay, and then she wraps it up. But by the time she wraps it up, you can't really like make sense of it, or you get what she's trying to say, but there's so much twisting of it that it sounds like it's a good idea, but in reality it's only good for them, not for the people. And that's what they're doing. It's like, no.
There's something quite interesting in a media
And the people said, you're not fooling us anymore.
clip the
That's
other
what
day
happened.
that kind of highlights the problem. It kind of highlights the level of delusion that permeates, let's call it, the left-wing political conversation. Let me show you guys exactly what I mean by that. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks.
It's not
So I have
Democrats
this interesting
stupid,
clip.
it's-
Here's Jen
it's-
Psaki on MSNBC attempting to highlight
It's
what.
not Democrats stupid. It's the Democratic Party is evil and tricking you, and then the people who are Democrats, it's not that they're stupid, it's that they've been misled, you know, and they should be grateful that they're saved.
went wrong in the previous election.
Just
But of
saying.
course, there's a caveat, and that's what I want to focus on.
There is sexism, there's racism, all of that is true. But I also think there is a real question I hope people start looking at about who people are listening to. In my view, there was an over-listening to and an over-lifting up of people who left Trump, not people who left the Democratic Party. The people who left the Democratic Party are the people who are going to win in the future. The people who left Trump, the never-Trumpers who have important voices and that is not the winning coalition. And I think that is...
So that's actually an incorrect statement, and I have to ban you, sorry. It's an incorrect statement, and if you did your own research, you would know that that's an incorrect statement. And I'm not trying to ban you because I'm trying to censor you. I'm banning you because apparently that's what we do in the streams. Like, I don't know. I have to be careful apparently, and this is the Democrats' own fault because we're so heavily censored that we're afraid of even what the chat is saying. And I'm so sorry, but that's the way it is. I guess.
Is a takeaway.
Now, of course, you might have been listening to that, and you might have said, wow, maybe even Jen Psaki's starting to get it, which sure,
If it
maybe
were up
to a
to
certain
me,
extent, but did
if
you
it-
miss
if
this
it-
part?
If it were up to me, like, if it were up to me, the banning rules for me would be very lax because, like, I don't care. Like, not that I don't care. Like, it's like I want to debate. I want to change your mind. I want to tell you why you're wrong. I want you to understand why you're wrong. But we're not allowed to talk about it because we'll get banned. The channel will get banned. Whatever. So it's like nobody can say shit. So sorry. But hopefully that's gonna change soon.
There is sexism, there's racism, all of that is true.
It's like having conversation with a bunch of toddlers. Before you even think about slightly mentioning the truth that, hey, maybe we were the problem, you have to start by acknowledging all the sexism and racism.
There's so much they did that was stupid. There's so much they did that was stupid. Anyway, if you had any brains, you'd do some of your own research and see what, like, the truth is.
Racism out there that definitely and
But
totally
anyway, sorry,
exists.
I don't mean to,
And of course,
I
is
don't
what.
mean to, again, I don't mean to be rude, but
One of the most major factors in this election. It's unbelievable. That's what they want to lead with. It feels almost oxymoronic. One of the big reasons why they lost is because of these constant accusations of racism and sexism. Vote for her because she's a woman. And if you don't, well, it's because you're a misogynist. That was kind of one of the main issues. Voters don't exactly like getting gaslit. That's the conversation you should be having. I wonder why we're losing all of these voters. That's what we really need to focus on, but also really important that we acknowledge that all of these voters are sexist Marxists and misogynists. They're going in circles. I hope I'm explaining it correctly and outlining it effectively, but it feels contradictory in nature, doesn't it? They can't seem to figure it out, and even focusing on the context that Jen Psaki was bringing up, that they were so focused on this whole rhinos for Trump thing, instead of focusing on important voting demographics, it shows once again that they just don't get it. She had another caveat there. We may have had an overemphasis on all of these never-Trumper characters, even though they're so brave and are such commendable people. You're talking about the Cheneys. You partnered with Dick Cheney trying to get the left-wing vote. You're out of your damn mind. These people have an inability to be actually self-critical, and even in moments where they're trying to, where you try to bring it up in a conversation in a room filled with 6 left-wing partisans, you kind of have to affirm the delusion as you go. Oh, we're doing so great. No, let's keep up with the racism stuff. But also maybe we should look on the other side. As we're losing so many voters, maybe we should focus on those people that we're alienating with all of these ridiculous accusations of racism and misogyny. Wow, it was so great how we partnered up with Liz Cheney, but maybe, we shouldn't have spent so much emphasis partnering up with Liz Cheney. I mean, it's like brain rot to me. How you have all these people who dress up in these fancy suits and ties with all this designer clothes and makeup artists, and the big glasses, of course, always the big glasses, as we know. The bigger the glasses, the bigger the brain. All these people are such dynamic experts on all these different issues. Oh, the news people, they can't seem to have an honest conversation. Like real brute honesty. Like the conversations that we have with our closest of family members and friends. You don't sugarcoat things, but that's all these people do. Any conversation, any interview, whenever it's relating to the left wing, whenever they're talking about internal affairs or engaging with left-wing politicians, what's the first thing that happens? Bring out the baby powder. You can't move forward like that, especially when your political party just imploded in the last election. I mean, just think about that. They lost the popular vote. Do you know how unimaginable that would have been? That wouldn't have even entered the conversation 2 years ago. They lost the popular vote to Donald Trump. They lost the House and they lost the Senate. Right now is the time of brutal honesty. Where do we go? And thinking about it, it's not exactly an easy question to answer. The Democrats don't exactly have a pool of talent to choose from. They've completely alienated the male vote. They're losing minority voters like you can't imagine. If the next 4 years is a 4-year track record of making America great again, I mean, where's the Democrat Party going to stand? After all the lies, all the deception, all the dishonesty, the weaponization of government, the ridiculous slander and ridiculous accusations, the anonymous sources, the phony FISA warrants, the violent rhetoric, the burning down of cities, their violations of civil liberties. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. If we're not having an honest conversation about that in 4 years' time, and the Democrat Party hasn't accepted why they are where they are currently in the political, let's call it, zeitgeist, then they might be in some serious trouble. They don't have some, enigmatic, charismatic leader to change their fate. They have alienated every dissenting voice in their party. Every rising star has been attacked, demonized, and systematically handled with. Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., and there's probably some more. How do you come back, especially when you are so delusional as a collective, where everything's make-believe, everything's political? Oh, don't go there, don't say this. Just toe the party line and constantly keep reaffirming people. It's delusional nonsense. It's enabling nonsense. The left cannot improve from here if they refuse to address the issues. If you can't just say the truth and bring it up without having to affirm all the other nonsense, well, then you're just not having an honest conversation and you can't improve. You can only cry wolf too many times until it backfires spectacularly in your face. We are witnessing that backfire. At least that's what it feels like. This is the backfire. Actually, this is probably the last topic I'm going to bring up. I think it's another great example. You've probably noticed on X, a lot of big accounts are talking about unifying the country again. It's time to bring voters together. As if now it's time to heal. But you won't notice a single one of those voters condemning all the rhetoric, talking about the assassination attempt and how their rhetoric led to that circumstance. You'll never hear them talk about the bogus 94 indictments, the weaponization of the justice system, the 4 years of Russia, or every other hoax. Now all of a sudden they've identified the issue. Oh, we're so divided. Remember when Barack Obama said that a couple weeks ago? But none of them want to talk about why or atone for any of it. They don't want to have an actual honest conversation. They always want to do the same thing. They want their cake and they want to eat it too. They want to be the party of unity and the party of tolerance, the party of la-di-da, kumbaya, bringing everybody together, but also the party that goes totally unhinged Karen on anybody who steps out of line. And of course you can imagine the rancor that they save for their actual political opponents on the opposite aisle. Democrats and really just leftists across the board, I got one message, and let's just leave it at that.
Stop it. Get some help.
Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Ontario.
Slow news week this week, eh, gents? Can't really think of anything big that happened, both here in this country and elsewhere.
Honestly, it was the best entertainment I could ask for.
Incredible.
Yeah, I did think
I
the
agree.
Outside of the election, news seemed slower because obviously all the headlines were dominated by the American election. So,
well, I hope I'm not the only person who's wasted a lot of my time this week watching the meltdowns. The meltdown compilations are back after what's it been 8 years? We've finally got new meltdown compilations. It's exciting times.
I know, and it just keeps coming. I feel like these memes are gonna live on forever.
Perfect. All right, well, let's get into that later on in the show, and let's get into it now. Welcome, everyone, to Off the Record. Wow, what a week. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Harrison Faulkner, the host of Ratioed and The Faulkner Show. I'm joined by Cosmin Jurja, True North's senior writer and editor, as well as Isaac Lamoureux, the host of the Alberta Roundup. You heard it there in the beginning of the show. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States, capping off really the most incredible political comeback, maybe in history. And the meltdowns have been spectacular. Cosmin, lead it away.
Well, I had the displeasure of watching CBC on election night, and it was just one meltdown after another. They had a Democrat strategist there, and she was accusing Donald Trump of employing tactics directly out of Hitler's playbook. She was calling Elon Musk a Russia and China agent. There was talk about incoming internment camps. So it was all over the place. And I felt really bad for the Republican strategist on that panel because he was saying quite sensible things. They were outright denying the truth of the Hunter Biden laptop story, and the CBC hosts weren't even hitting back because this has been verified. Even Facebook has admitted that they've suppressed this story. So what was your guys' take? Did you guys get a chance to view some of the CBC stuff on election night?
yeah, aside from just the CBC stuff, I mean, the list of left-wing meltdowns over Trump's election, it seems like an endless list. And obviously we have a lot of clips. We have a compilation of our own of sorts. But speaking to that strategist, the things she was saying were absolutely ludicrous. And frankly, most of them were just completely contradictory to reality. For example, she said that Trump was running a propaganda campaign. Of course, hypocritical given that the institutions all supported Kamala. I mean, it didn't really make any sense. She went on to say other things like the white power element. I mean, we saw how the minorities voted for Donald Trump. Again, not true. Just going through the list, every single meltdown and things you said that were claims against Trump, you could easily fact check and verify and find that the opposite is in fact the truth.
Well, it's quite rich for the CBC to be calling anyone or anything else propaganda. They are propaganda in this country for Justin Trudeau. You brought up the fact that the CBC had a Republican strategist on the panel. I have to imagine that Republican strategist might have thought he was accepting an invite from CNBC, not CBC, and found himself in the wrong place, unfortunately. I mean, really, the compilations, this is going to live on in history, right? And, you know, watching those 2016 compilations, watching the Cenk Uygur meltdown on the Young Turks, and watching CNN slowly come to grips with the realization in 2016, that was great. But we're going to get to have our own Canadian montage with our own countrymen and women having their own meltdown. If we haven't played it yet, let's run that now so that our viewers can see this. And you know, if you do support Donald Trump, this should be some pretty good entertainment for you. Take a watch.
You're talking about the propaganda campaign and the playbook of Trump. This is not new. This is not surprising. This is directly out of Hitler's playbook. This is out of an autocrat playbook. This is a way to, I mean, the things that Trump has done masterfully, frankly, is to get the entire, to get a big part of the population to believe that the game is rigged and to sow distrust in public institutions and the free press. That is a tried and true playbook that we have seen time and time before that has resulted in really disastrous things for society. Well, there may not be many left after Trump decides he's going to round them up and deport everybody. I mean, this is the thing that like really gives
But
me
is
pause.
that not to Kevin's
Not a
point?
difference between illegal and legal?
So I don't think anybody's illegal. Just
Here illegally?
Here illegally is different than calling people illegal. But you know, I'm just reminded of a time when there was authority to have internment camps and to round up Japanese people, as someone who is of Japanese descent. When you say, I have a concept of a plan, but I'm going to just start mass deporting people, what does that look like and what does that mean logistically? Those are the things that I'm really interested in the first 100 days
I mean,
of
how'd you
really
get all the people in here?
understanding what the plan is.
You just do the opposite.
Right? You can't just go around and make these blanket statements. And then you have this other idea of like, let's make America great and go backwards where America, you know, essentially the power structure in America was, you know, made up mostly of a certain kind of person, right? There was a white power element to that. And you're seeing that play out in these elections too. And so I do think that we're at a tipping point where it's going to be like really, really tight for a while.
The interesting thing about even what you see in this initial message from Pierre Poilievre is the idea that this is all about jobs. That exactly echoes the kind of rhetoric you do hear from the Trump campaign, that you hear from people who supported Donald Trump in the U.S. As voters. Gonna just note, someone in Pierre Poilievre's caucus knows the minds of this incoming administration better than most. His name is Jamil Jivani. He is a Toronto area MP. He went to law school at Yale with the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, knows him quite well. He did not want to take any questions from us this morning. Reporters tried. But sort of someone very close to the mindset of the incoming administration, sitting right there in Conservative caucus this morning. So a very interesting situation there at a time when we know that among sort of the Conservative voting base, perhaps slightly more than half of them have told pollsters they would welcome a Trump presidency.
I think a lot of folks woke up today and woke up really worried.
Nobody did. Literally, first of all, nobody woke up. First of all, anybody who knew Trump was going to win stayed up until it was, like, final. All the Kamala voters, they all just went to bed because they knew, like, they're like, oh, you know, like, they didn't want to see, they didn't want to face the music, so they all went to bed. And this guy saying that Canadians woke up worried, like, we're all celebrating in the streets, okay? The whole world is celebrating. Shut up, idiot.
Afraid, felt crushed. And I want you to know that now is the time for us to come together to defend Canadian interests. I know that the results of Trump, right now what it looks like Trump's election is going to have serious impacts on Canadians. So we need to come together, all parties,
he's
all
worried
leaders,
because he's gone.
You're
gone.
We have to protect
You're
Canadian
gone.
jobs. We have to be prepared for the impacts of potential tariffs and what that would mean
he's
for
saying
our economy,
what he's saying here is
manufacturing.
we have to cover our own asses. We have to cover our own asses. We have to cover our own asses.
We need to be very united.
That's all he's saying here.
Whatever.
Shut up! I don't even want to fucking look at you.
I know that a lot of Canadians are anxious.
Oh, shut up! Oh, shut up! You're
You're
so full of it.
Will be absolutely fine.
You're so full of it.
Doesn't get much better than that, eh, Cosmo?
No, it doesn't, and they keep doing it. Like I've seen columnists like Andrew Coyne come out and claim this is a world-ending crisis. All of this doomsaying is all over the place, and it's quite. I think Canadians are tired of it. I think this election has proven how out of touch the legacy media has become. They're not connecting with people. And Elon Musk said it best. You know,
we
X
are the
is
media
now the
now.
media.
We
You are the media. The individual citizen journalist, so to speak, on social media has the potential to influence even more than these traditional broadcasters.
And Isaac, Jagmeet Singh saying that Canadians woke up crushed, feeling disappointed, and Freeland having to reassure Canadians that everything will be all right. What do they think's going to happen that didn't happen in 2016 exactly?
Yeah, it's funny. When I heard Singh say that, I imagine that's how he feels when he wakes up and looks at his poll numbers to see that he is a fourth place party and losing support by the day. Yeah, and this is the thing. People want to, especially when they want to relate it to war. I mean, look.
Who did he say?
Look at the facts.
Up crushed, feeling disappointed, and Freeland having to reassure Canadians that everything will be all right. What do they think's going to happen that didn't happen in 2016 exactly?
Yeah, it's funny. When I heard Singh say that, I imagine that's how he feels when he wakes up and looks at his poll numbers to see that he is a fourth place party and losing support by the day. Yeah, and this is the thing. People want to, especially when they want to relate it to war. I mean, look at the facts from Trump's last presidency. He is clearly the most anti-war president in the last century. Do you feel the same way about the Democrats? Unlikely. We can't possibly imagine that Trump's presidency will result in more wars than would have the Democrats. I mean, if you've ever listened to him speak, for example, on the most recent Rogan broadcast, his top priorities are ending the current wars. So from a world peace perspective, if you care about that, which you should be elated that Trump has formed presidency and will
protect the things that matter to you. Get a free home insurance quote from Square One in less than 5 minutes.
Why do people use Kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I like to do things myself.
I mean, what kind of connection would I have with the salmon if I bought it at the supermarket?
Kayak. Search one and done.
Do his best to put an end to these wars, which we've seen in past examples he has the absolute ability to do.
I think it's a good thing, Cosman, that Canadians can now once again go back to concerning themselves with our own country and our own politics. It's something I think we need to do more. But let's briefly talk about what Trump's new presidency will mean for Canada. We hear a lot about the concerns regarding tariffs being placed on Canadian industry, and I think that there is an argument to be had that that is not necessarily good for Canada. But I also, in my opinion, is that Trump will force Canada to increase our military spending, and I think Trump will likely get that Keystone XL pipeline going again, which is good for Canadian jobs and industry. What do you think is going to happen for Canada in the next Trump term?
Yeah, I think it's a double-edged sword. There will be positives and there will be negatives. Tariffs are something that the Trump administration will be dedicated to, and he's promised to introduce levies on nations. Now, trade with Canada is regulated by the USMCA, and that's going to go up for renegotiation, like pretty much right away. So the US and the Canadian government will have to, agree to new terms. But I've seen people throw out numbers like 20% tariff on Canadian goods. I don't think that's happening. Definitely not. We have duty-free trade on certain goods with our American partners. We generally get better terms than nations, across the ocean. So it doesn't make sense that there's going to be these massive trade tariffs coming to Canada, but there will be definitely certain products. Potentially the supply management on dairy might be a point of disagreement in the upcoming negotiations. But as you mentioned, right, like the Keystone pipeline, that's an overwhelming positive for Canada. So it might actually outdo and sort of negate some of the negatives that come with the tariffs.
Isaac, yeah, go ahead.
Just to speak quick on the tariffs, again, going back to the Rogan podcast, Trump really did position himself as the tariff king. So those concerns are obviously reasonable. However, this was interesting when I was writing about Quebec's premier recently urging Trudeau to strengthen the border, fearful of illegal immigrants coming over as a result of the election. And obviously Trump said he's going to deport 20 million of them. He said, interestingly, the USMCA is up for review in 2026. But he said, look, if any tariffs are implemented in any way, this agreement needs to be reviewed immediately. So I'm definitely interested to see what happens with the USMCA. Obviously, that's a trade agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, I think whatever it is, it'll be at least entertaining. It'll be a little more entertaining than watching Joe Biden fumble his way through the presidency and drag us into a potential conflict, right? So I think at the very least, we can all say things are going to be very, very entertaining. All right, well, moving on. I wish there was a better segue. I always say that on the show, too. I'm trying to find good segues, but there really is no good segue between Donald Trump and basically a civil war playing out in Canadian streets within the Indian diaspora in our country. But that's what we're seeing now. That was the other big news item this week. It kind of got dwarfed by Donald Trump, which is all right. But on Monday, there was a counter protest. Well, let's start on Sunday rather than on Monday. On Sunday, there were violent clashes that took place outside of a Hindu temple in Brampton, where Khalistanis broke through.
Brampton
and
is like
began
3 hours away from here.
attacking Hindu worshippers with sticks, with flagpoles, and throwing fists. Absolutely absurd. It then turns out that there was a Peel police officer involved in that violent protest, just adding more fuel to the fire. The following day, True North cameraman and I, we decided to show up to Brampton, which is kind of becoming a bit of a dangerous endeavor these days. But we showed up to cover this Hindu counter-protest. And sure enough, that protest also turned unruly and resulted in the Peel police finding weapons on the streets, seeing a mob attacking cars and intimidating police. I was on the ground there. I want to show you the scene of what it looked like when the Hindu protesters began going after and intimidating the police. Take a look at this.
As you can see, the protesters have shut down Gore Road. There's only 4 police officers here for a crowd of thousands of protesters chanting down the police for apparently being soft on Khalistani extremism. This is a wild scene. Traffic is blocked all the way down the road.
All right, and the following clip you will see, well, we've already played it over the screen, and that is of these counter-protesters just attacking random cars in the street and causing a wild scene. Cosman, what do you make of this this situation unfolding in our country?
Well, as an immigrant, I think it's just shameful behavior, right? The diaspora is supposed to be a reflection of your home nation. And when you're out there behaving like this, you know, potentially breaking laws, committing violence in the name of conflicts that come from back home, as an immigrant, you're supposed to leave all of that behind. That's the point, is a fresh start. You're accepting a new adoptive country. And it's becoming increasingly the case that a lot of immigrants don't see it that way anymore.
Isaac, what do you think? Do you think that this is a cause of the rate at which we have welcomed people into our country?
Oh, definitely. And I mean, it's just, yeah, absolutely disgusting. Watching those clips, as you can see, I have this Canadian flag behind me. That is not my Canada. If it were, I wouldn't have hung this flag in pride. You know, I look at that and I'm truly ashamed to live in a country that in any way, shape, or form would allow that to happen. Random cars getting attacked in the streets by thousands of protesters. I mean, this is not something, thinking back a few years ago, I would ever imagine being possible in Canada. It looks like scenes out of a post-apocalyptic movie, right? I mean, Harrison, and I worry because you're one of the foremost reporters in the middle of these conflicts. You really got to start showing up with a security detail, honestly.
Yeah, we'll have to take that up with the higher ups at True North to see if we can get a security detail. You know, I will say, it doesn't look like Canada, and in those protests, you really don't feel like you are in Canada. That's the craziest part, is that there are clashes between two groups within the same diaspora, a division that matters not to the Canadian people, a difference that Canadian people do not recognize and do not see because it doesn't matter to us. But you have in the streets these clashes taking place with foreign languages being spoken and foreign flags flying. And you ask yourself, you look around and you go, am I really in Canada right now? Because it doesn't look like it at all. That's the strangest part about this. And it looks to me, Cosman, as if this entire situation would have been preventable had we just slowed down the process, the numbers at which these people were coming in, so that we gave them time to assimilate and park their causes at the door. If you bring in millions of people, well, how can it's almost unreasonable to expect assimilation at that rate.
Yeah, well, these are the fruits of mass immigration. We've seen it play out everywhere. In Europe, for example, there are no-go zones in France and in England, or there's places where Sharia law in Europe is actually being practiced by these communities, and it's really you mentioned assimilation, and that's a key factor that I think governments have ignored. They've just turned on the taps, and they have had absolutely no plan to assimilate the tremendous amount of new people coming into the country.
Isaac, what do you think? Do you think that the federal government needs to do more at defining what it means to be Canadian and what Canadian values and Canadian culture really is?
Yeah, I've spoken about this before. You know, when you immigrate at the levels Canada has, which is the millions per year, you're really going to start to muddle what Canadian culture is, because it really does become a melting pot of sorts. And we've spoken about how to avoid this phenomenon in the first place, which is obviously by limiting immigration numbers. But the key question in my eyes is, how do you fix it once it's already happened? Because we're seeing what's happening in the streets. So, okay, even if we slow down immigration numbers, it's already happening. So what do we do now?
And I guess this is what happens when you institute policies of post. What exactly is the word Justin Trudeau used? Post-national state, right? When Trudeau said in 2015 that we have no defining culture and no values, essentially. Look, it's even hard to sit here and genuinely define Canadian.
They're trying to like erase Canada, basically. Like roots Canada. Like they're just trying to get rid of anything. It's just
and Canadian values, Cosmo.
And that's not. Anyway, I'm just.
That came to my mind first and foremost. We have a prime minister that doesn't even believe this country has a real national identity. He is so anti anything pro-nation. Like he doesn't want Canada to be that. He wants it to be this like post global world order amorphous blob that is just a political machine for him and his buddies to use as he wishes. And this is what happens when you strip away that core identity, because to me, as somebody who came here in 2002, Canada always had a distinct identity. It was the English, French, and Indigenous partnership that created this country. Those were the three main elements of Canada in my mind. I remember reading the first book I ever read about Canada. It was those three things on first and foremost on display. And now we have every single Liberal and NDP politician, and the Greens as well, who don't want that to be a thing. They want to strip Canada of its core identity. They call it decolonizing. And it's a very nasty, vile political tactic that has destructive consequences.
Well, one of the elements that is under the umbrella, if you want to call it, of a decolonization is this embrace of radical DEI policies that have managed to embed themselves in pretty much every facet of our lives, especially in academia and at a government level. Isaac, we did, however, see a bit of a victory when it comes to defeating DEI in the city of Toronto. What happened?
Yeah, so we're hopping from some really bad news, I'd say, to some good news. So nice to make that switch. But yes, we saw that TMU's medical admissions DEI policy, what were they going to hire, like 90% DEI hires? I mean, it was a ridiculous amount of students that were being admitted, not on merit, but on their DEI qualities, so the color of their skin, essentially. And they have actually eliminated that, which I like to think True North in some way played a part in. Obviously, we wrote about it, as did many outlets. So obviously, they saw an insane public pushback, I'd imagine, which is why they canceled it. So yeah, what do you guys think that universities going forward will not implement these at all, seeing the backlash? But I mean, this is hardly the first time we've seen a backlash to a DEI policy.
I would say that a lot of this has to do with the fact that Doug Ford finally found his spine and decided to speak about this issue. You know, DEI has been expanding rapidly under his watch, and the Premier does have a significant amount of influence over public universities, like Ryerson University, now known as TMU. And it was the Premier who kicked this in motion and told TMU and said publicly that this is a stupid idea. This is ridiculous. Medical students should not be chosen based on the color of their skin or their identity. It needs to be based on merit and their ability to actually do the job. And I think that this is what happens, Cosman, when conservative premiers and conservative politicians, for that matter, decide to speak up and say, no, I was elected to be a conservative. I'm going to govern and voice my opinions like a conservative.
Yeah, and they have the executive power to do these things. It's just they haven't used them up to this point. You're absolutely right. The other thing, Isaac, that you pointed out, it was really the media attention that forced people to pay attention to this. And I think a lot of these universities, you asked, will they continue doing this? I think they will, but they like to do it under the cloak of darkness. They don't want anybody to know about it. They want to implement these policies, and when they're implemented, then they're harder to get rid of. So it's about shining a light on this stuff, because otherwise, if people are not aware, if voters are not informed what's happening at our post-secondary schools, secondary schools, and elementary schools, then they're not going to do anything about it. They're just going to live in ignorance.
What's shocking, Isaac, is that the Supreme Court of Canada has essentially upheld a ruling that allows discrimination against white people. That's basically what it is, that you can't be racist, essentially, towards white people. So DEI is technically allowed these policies that are fundamentally racist.
Wait, what?
Secondary schools and elementary schools, then they're not going to do anything about it. They're just going to live in ignorance.
What's shocking, Isaac, is that the Supreme Court of Canada has essentially upheld a ruling that allows discrimination against white people. That's basically what it is, that you can't be racist, essentially, towards white people. So DEI is technically allowed these policies that are fundamentally racist at their core are permitted. So if the institutions are infected by this ideology, I can't imagine it will be vanquished by one premier saying something about it.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to add was touching on the racism. Obviously, DEI is one of the most racist things that can be, not just on the hiring perspective. You're discriminating against whites, for example, but you're really fomenting racism in your population, because think about it. If you know in your mind that 90% of medical students are admitted on DEI qualities, and then you walk into a doctor's office and you see a minority, the first thing that's going to cross your mind is, uh-oh, was this a DEI hire who was not qualified and doesn't know what they're talking about and is going to ruin my health procedure, or do they actually have the qualifications they should to be a doctor?
And then that's not fair on those who do have merit, but people may judge them as a DEI hire. When in reality, no, so this whole DEI thing that they tried to implement, it was a dumb idea, and now it's gonna maybe ruin opportunities for people with merit because the people are pushing back on it now. When you push something too much, the people push back. So now it's going to have the opposite effect, or not necessarily the opposite effect. What it's going to do is it's going to make people question, like he said, is this a DI hire or is this a merit? And then that's not fair to the person in the job, with the
yeah,
job.
Cosman, I've said that there are two industries where I think DEI has no place anywhere, but there are two industries you really don't want to have. You really don't want DEI to be involved in. I would say that the first is medicine, and the second is likely in the airline business. I don't want DEI pilots. I want the best pilots possible.
Yeah, and we've seen this narrative play out in the United States. There was a big debate about the DEI measures implemented by aviation companies, and it is truly frightening. And it's not just aviation, right? Like it's these critical jobs that are very high risk and have a high potential for dangerous outcomes. And it doesn't just put the people working those jobs at risk, it puts everybody around them, everybody employing their services, etc. And to focus on something as ridiculous as just your race instead of the actual merit and experience and skills you provide is just to me it's crazy. I don't get it, but there's obviously an agenda behind this, and it seems like the elite have wholeheartedly bought into this.
Hello, carnivals. How are you? You forgot I'm a legend. What do you mean? Haha, the Chrono Trigger battle theme. Crimson X Spider, how you doing? Hey girl, you have been on for a long time. How long have you been? 5 hours, 5.5 hours. My last 2 streams were like 6 hours and a few minutes. Ellie. More trolls. No more trolls, I think. No more trolls. There were like, I wouldn't even consider them trolls, to be honest, because like, in my opinion, they didn't say anything that bad. They basically just, one was trolling and the other one just said what everyone else is already is saying, that which is Trump is a R-wordist, which he's found guilty of libel, or he's liable or something. He wasn't found guilty. So anyway, it's like the whole world's saying that anyway. So, but now I don't know what I can or cannot leave in my chat, so, which kind of sucks. Like, I wish we could just, free speech, and I don't know. Hello, Fairlight, how are you? You're a Chrono Trigger addict. You literally listen to the OST constantly. Really? You don't get sick of it? I listen to music, but then I try to like stop listening before I get tired of a song or something, or like a soundtrack. Better be safe than sorry. Yeah, Rumble is the only free speech platform. Yeah, I gotta look into Rumble, but well, I guess if I'm gonna talk about politics, I might as well be on Rumble because I can. Maybe that's what I should do. Talk politics on Rumble. But I mean, that's the thing though. They just made a politics category for Twitch. So it just seems dumb that okay, there's a politics category, but I still have to like censor myself and censor people and this and that, and it's like, what's the point? What's the point of even having a politics category if you can't even talk openly about things? So stupid. So so maybe I'll go to Rumble. I don't know. You know what? I bet a lot of Canadians are on there, but only the based ones. which are most, because we it's been 8 years of this bull crap, and most of us are like awake to BS. It's okay. People that actually want to have a debate and conversation know what they can and can't say on this site. Yeah, you like having the politics tag. Yeah, there are definitely people going around in politics chat trying to bait people. I know, but like, I just want to have fun. Like, I want to try to outbait the bait. Well, that's the thing, cause like, well, I don't know. I'm always wary of like a new chatter. Anyways, but you're gonna post one YouTube link so I can listen to it later. Okay, you listen to different versions of the same. Oh, so you never get bored. No, I don't think Rumble is Canadian. What I mean is like, because Canadians have woken up to Ellie. You know when you left the left? When did you leave the left? We left the left long time ago. The Canadians left the left long time ago. And we're like desperate to get the Liberal Party out of here. So what I mean to say is that Canadians are probably using Rumble because we've been, you know, censored for too long, and we're trying to get the truth and trying to. Nobody likes Justin Trudeau. That's the difference between. That's the difference between like Biden and Trudeau, is that people still like Biden, but nobody likes Trudeau. No Canadians do. If they do, they're shills. Like, I believe that wholeheartedly. And I guess that's the difference. There's still people in America that have faith in Biden, and if Kamala or Biden were to continue for another 4 years, I think that it would be at that point that the American public, like even more of like of the American public, would have the same sentiment of like, get these people out of here, because nobody likes Trudeau, and if they do, like, they're a shill or so, or there's no way, like, they're a shill. They have to be. So yes, based Canadians here. Oh, sorry, Carnivals, you have to whisper it to me. Here you go, honey. Save it and give it a listen. There's a lot of these songs from the OST that got different versions made, and they're amazing. You'll have to whisper it to me, Carnivals, if you don't mind. You guys have a good night. You will turn in. Good night, Carnivals. It was so good to see you. I'll stay hydrated. Oh, I almost finished my homework. You're the most hardcore leftist for real, but cannot support the hijacked movement that is the current globalist agenda. You're a hardcore leftist? But yeah, the globalist agenda is... I'm glad that you are aware of this, you know, globalist agenda, and at the end of the day, I feel like that's the number one kind of like problem that we need to get away from. You're Australian, yeah, you would know. Okay, I'm glad you're glad you stayed here while you did something on the side real quick. Aw, thanks, Carnivals. I hope you have a great night. Oh yeah, it's been pretty woke over there for a while. Yes. Yeah. So, thank you, Carnivals. Thank you.
So before we wrap it up, I want to make the audience aware of what the system what system was in place before it got removed by TMU's medical school. This is, by the way, the first new medical school in Canada or in Ontario, I think, in close to 100 years. They decided the original plan was to have 75% of the applicants selected from a pool of Indigenous applicants, Black applicants, and then there's a third open DEI category. And then what is it? The 25%. The rest of the 25% was going to be general admissions. So the actual merit-based applicants only made up a small fraction. Only were going to make up a small fraction of the first class of the TMU Medical School. Thankfully, for all of us, that has been averted. All right, everyone.
And again, I just want to reiterate that when they say that, it's not to say that Indigenous or Black people don't have any merit or anything like that. It's that there's the opportunities for more people with merit are being taken away, and the people with merit, it's like, doesn't matter what they look like, it's about the merit. That's the point of merit.
Thank you for joining us, and remember, what you have just heard is off the record.
All right, so You gotta go. Bye, Jessa. Thank you so much. It's good to have found people that are aware of bullshit. Yes. We are bullshit detectors. Bye. Bye, Jessa. Thank you so much. Alright, guys. I don't want to go, but I have to. It's like 3 in the morning. So stick around. We're gonna continue the raid. And hold on, I forgot to give a shout out to Ellie. Ellie, 1 second. My favorite part. Ellie shout out. Guys, go check out Ellie.
I'm gonna die. This man
Ellie.
actually fucking...
Are you doing, what's the word? Are you doing a Tomb Raider cosplay? You look good.
I can't believe that shit works, fam. I can't believe it.
You're D. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes when D's and B's are together, my brain doesn't know which one is which for a sec. Oh, I love you, Ellie. I love you. Alright, guys, we're gonna do a raid. Let me see. Computer was so crappy back then. Aw. Weren't all our... I guess all our computers were. If we think about it. No. Good times, though. Good times. Let me see. Played that crap game for a long time. I never got into it. Oh, Ellie, is there somebody you want me to raid? I'm having trouble, like, I always take too long deciding who to raid. I don't know. It's like, who to choose, and then, but what are they doing? Is the audience gonna stay for what they're doing? Is it, you know, kind of thing? So I don't know. Actually, let me check out the politics category real quick. It's always kind of empty. Ooh, there's a lady here talking about something, but it might not be in English. Most of the girls in here are like from another country. Okay, Andrew just got offline. Oh. Alright, let's see if there's any other political commentary. Oh wait, maybe this is English. Hold on.
And I'm also gonna raid you in the other chat to our good friend. Our good friend? I can't.
I mean, well, they're leaving, so it's fine. Who's this? Yeah, maybe I'll check out just chatting. Bye, Crimson. Good night. It was nice meeting you both. So nice meeting you, Crimson. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You're ending your night too. Good night. That's okay. You can always just end. That's true. But I feel like, you know what? Let me just check out this tiny channel right here real quick. I guess, I don't know. If I have like 2 viewers, then I don't really mind, but if I have like 10 viewers, then I kind of feel like I want to pass that along.
Body, and then get out of here before they find you and steal your protoplasm too. I always knew you were on your own, Daddy.
Okay, let's go to a friend. Let's go to a friend. We raided Japan yesterday.
Shout out to the clients.
He's pretty cool.
Shout out to Tubbs, MILF again. MILF and clients.
What's he saying?
You understand?
Wait, what happened?
Get some nice one though. It makes the world a better place. Clients.
Oh wait! Oh my god! I didn't realize what happened. What is this?
MILF.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
You understand?
What is going on? I'm so confused.
Suba the sheesh kebab.
I said shout out instead
Suba
of
the
raid.
shish kebab.
I'm sorry, guys. Oh my gosh! I got that. I opened it and saw, and I was like, whoa, what had happened? Anyways, we're gonna raid Japan D. He's a character, and he's playing slots. I don't endorse gambling, but I don't know. I want to go to sleep, so we're raiding Japan D. I'm gonna go. Thank you guys so much for hanging out, and I hope you guys have a great night. Go give lots of love, lots of hype over to Japandi, and hopefully I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hunniebee is back. Welcome. Chubbs is bursting. Hunniebee bringing in the people. Thanks so much. Hunniebee